Chapter 638. Catching up on yesterday's update first. Marshal St. Palace's Earth Marshal Department. The hall was very spacious and magnificently decorated, but at this moment, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Corpses were lying in pools of blood, and the splashing blood dyed the exquisite decorations in the hall red. It was a ghastly sight. A figure stood in the middle of the hall, holding a sword in one hand. A drop of blood slid down the blade and dripped from the tip of the sword. Drip! The drop of blood fell to the ground with a soft thud, shattering into countless smaller drops of blood that splashed in all directions like a blooming scarlet flower. It was especially jarring in this quiet hall. There were still 8 pseudo-transcendents surrounding Chunzong. 4 of them were 7-star, 3 were 8-star, and 1 was an early 9-star. Breathing heavily, the 8 remaining pseudo-transcendents of Marshal St. Palace all had bloodshot eyes filled with grief, anger, and murderous intent. However, their trembling hands and bodies betrayed the fear in their hearts. Dead. All of them were dead. A group of Marshal St. Palace disciples attacked Chunzong, but they were all killed. None of them could withstand a single sword strike, whether it was the true martial realm or the pseudo-transcendence. As an important branch of the Marshal St. Palace in the Earth Marshal City, there would usually be one extreme, mortal realm cultivator, 20 pseudo-transcendents, and over 100 true martial realm cultivators guarding it. This level of strength was already comparable to some low-rank sects. This time, the ultimate mortal had been summoned back to Marshal St. Palace, leaving behind 20 pseudo-transcendents and over 100 late-stage true martial realm cultivators. 20 pseudo-transcendents. Naturally, there were 7-star and 8-star cultivators. There was even early 9-star Grandmaster. Now, there were only 8 pseudo-transcendents left under Chunzong's sword. Kill. We'll fight to the death. At this point, there was no point in saying anything else. Only blood could wash away this blood feud. Even though they knew they were no match, the 8 pseudo-transcendents of Marshal St. Palace still used their most powerful attacks and charged towards Chunzong without fear of death. Even if they had to die together with Chunzong, it was better than nothing. A futile struggle. Chunzong said softly as he slashed out with his sword. It seemed to be one sword, but it also seemed to be 8 swords. The speed of the swords was extremely fast. 7 of them froze as if they had been immobilized. The light on their bodies also dimmed. Only the early-stage 9-star Grandmaster pushed his combat strength to the mid-stage 9-star level. He was faster and stronger. He dodged Chunzong's sword and approached Chunzong. He opened his arms and hugged Chunzong fiercely. This hug took all of his strength. If he hugged a mountain, then the mountain might be broken in half. A smile appeared on Chunzong's face. Middle 9-star combat power. It was just a matter of struggling a little longer. Swish! Swish! The long sword pierced through the air and cut the space in front of it, as if it was cutting a piece of paper. The 9-star mid-stage master couldn't dodge and could only let the sword light hit him. He had to resist it with his own strength and then use his arms to hug Chunzong and die together with Chunzong. However, he underestimated the sharpness of Chunzong's long sword. The incomparably sharp sword light instantly broke through the defense on his body, then cut open his tough skin, cut into his muscles and bones, and severed them. A stream of blood splattered in the air. This pseudo-transcendent, who had used a secret technique to raise his combat strength to the mid-stage 9-star level, fell forward with his eyes wide open in disbelief. At this point, everyone in the Earth Marshal Department, except for the extreme mortal who hadn't returned yet, had been killed. Chunzong moved quickly. He swept through the valuable items in the Earth Marshal Department, choosing the more useful items and putting them away. He then drew his sword, and with a flash of sword light, he began to draw on the walls of the Earth Marshal Department like a brush. Thank you for your many notes. I hereby return the favor. I hope you're satisfied. At the end of the letter, it was signed off by Chunzong. With a hum, the sword light disappeared and the long sword returned to its scabbard. Chunzong glanced at it, and a smile appeared on his face. He then turned around and strode out of the Earth Marshal Department of the Sacred Marshal Palace. Not long after Chunzong left, someone poked his head in and looked inside. Immediately, His face turned pale, and he was terrified. The smell of blood was too strong here because hundreds of people had died inside. What's going on? What happened? More people rushed over, and after wandering around for a while, they all rushed into the Earth Marshal Department. Then, their faces changed, and they were all horrified. Dead. All of them were dead. The people of the Sacred Marshal Palace's Earth Marshal Department had all turned into corpses and were lying in pools of blood. The blood of the hundreds of people had completely soaked the floor of the Earth Marshal Department. It was scarlet and reflected rays of light. It was a ghastly sight. What's that? Someone saw the words engraved on the wall and was shocked. More people looked up and were shocked. Let's go. Let's get out of here. One by one, they reacted from the shock and hurriedly retreated from the Earth Marshal Department. Who could be so cruel as to massacre the entire Earth Warriors Department? But from the words left on the wall, they were sure that there was a great grudge between the culprit and the Sacred Marshal Palace. Otherwise, they wouldn't have killed their way to a branch of the Sacred Marshal Palace and slaughtered it. Such a cruel method made people's hearts palpitate. Whether it was the culprit or the Sacred Marshal Palace, they couldn't afford to offend them. As the saying goes, if it's none of your business, it's best to stay away so that you won't be implicated and die an unnatural death. In the Earth Marshal City, the 10,000 Sky sect also had a base. Its scale was similar to the Sacred Marshal Palace's Earth Marshal Department. Chunzong originally wanted to kill his way to the 10,000 Sky sect's base and destroy it, but he gave up after thinking about it. Compared to the Sacred Marshal Palace, the grudge between him and the 10,000 Sky sect wasn't that great. Chunzong didn't want to escalate the situation. Since he had already returned the favor to the Sacred Marshal Palace, Chunzong didn't plan to stay in the Earth Marshal City any longer. He immediately left. After the incident with the Yang family in Skylight City, Chunzong understood that the so-called cultivation rooms that weren't disturbed were only on the surface. Once something happened, what was supposed to happen would still happen. Since that was the case, there was no need to rent a cultivation room in the city. It was better for him to go out and find a safer and more remote place to cultivate. Although he now had the powerful battle strength to kill mid-9 star and even late-stage martial masters, it hadn't been long since he broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. His potential was still active, and he could quickly improve himself. The moment Chunzong left the Earth Marshal City, the people of the Sacred Marshal Palace had already received the news. Moreover, the extreme mortal realm powerhouses quickly rushed over. When the extreme mortal realm powerhouse was still 1,000 meters away from the Earth Marshal Department, he could already smell the thick stench of blood. The stench of blood was still as pungent as ever. In a flash, the extreme mortal realm powerhouse stepped into the Earth Marshal Department. With a glance, he saw the scarlet blood that hadn't dried up yet. It was a ghastly sight, as if there was a trace of red light reflected on the extreme mortal realm powerhouse's gloomy face. After martial artists went through the cultivation of the blood chi realm, their physique would become stronger and their blood chi vigorous. When they reached the true martial realm, their blood chi wouldn't be visible, but it would be more vigorous and active than when they were in the blood chi realm. Therefore, even if they were killed and their blood flowed out of their bodies, it wouldn't dry up and turn black in a short period of time like an ordinary person. Instead, it would remain active for a certain period of time. How ruthless! The cold voice was like the cold wind from the underworld that blew through the gaps between his teeth. His gaze shifted away from the corpses and blood all over the ground and landed on the words on the wall. Chunzong. An even colder voice filled the air with murderous intent. The reason he was summoned back to the Sacred Marshal Palace this time was related to Chunzong. Because of the heaven-defying artifact, the extreme mortal realm powerhouse couldn't do anything to Chunzong. Even Grand Elder Hong Wu couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, Grand Elder Hong Wu's condition didn't seem too good, as he had suffered some injuries. This had completely attracted the attention of the Sacred Marshal Palace's higher-ups. Therefore, the Sacred Marshal Palace's purpose of summoning the extreme mortal realm powerhouses was to announce that before they found a suitable solution, all transcendents couldn't act against Chunzong. It would only make them a laughingstock. They even restricted the sacred martial palace's disciples from attacking Chunzong. After all, Chunzong was able to kill more than 20 pseudo-transcendents from Xiaoho's bloodline, including 2 grandmasters. This was enough to show Chunzong's astonishing strength and potential. Unexpectedly, just as they were discussing and hadn't come to a conclusion, Chunzong killed his way into the Sacred Martial Palace's Earth Martial Department and brutally slaughtered all the Sacred Martial Palace disciples in the Earth Martial Department in one fell swoop, not leaving a single one alive. He even left behind a message to return the courtesy. This was a merciless slap to the Sacred Martial Palace's face. Even though he was furious, this person was still able to maintain a clear head. He immediately left the Earth Martial Department and rushed back to the Sacred Martial Palace. He had to report everything that happened here in detail and let the Sacred Martial Palace's higher-ups come up with a solution. Chunzong rushed straight into the mountain. After searching around, he found a relatively remote place. He used his 2 swords to carve out a small cave, which was dozens of meters deep. After carving out a larger cave and sealing the entrance, he began to cultivate in seclusion. This time, Chunzong planned to cultivate for a longer time and improve his cultivation as much as possible. As for what was happening in the outside world, Chunzong didn't care about it for now. After adjusting his essence, energy, and spirit to their peak, Chunzong began to open his heaven's apex and Earth's abyss meridian, absorbing a trace of heaven and Earth's spiritual chi into his body. The feeling of absorbing heaven and Earth's spiritual chi was completely different from absorbing the spiritual chi of substandard spirit sources. Although absorbing heaven and Earth's spiritual chi was more taxing, it was more enjoyable. Not long after, Chunzong refined the trace of heaven and Earth's spiritual chi and felt a slight improvement in his cultivation. With a faint smile, Chunzong began to comprehend the sword art. How to create a pseudo-lingwu with the minor true meaning as the foundation could further increase his strength. First and foremost was the secret sword point. Chunzong would continue to improve it, increasing the speed and power of his attacks, and reducing the consumption as much as possible. Once it reached the peak, Chunzong planned to truly integrate the sword speed true meaning into it. At that time, if he could integrate 2 minor true meanings into it, the secret sword point will become even more powerful, and its grade would rise to the level of a pseudo-lingwu. On the sky curtain mountain, a figure moved as fast as the wind and brought along a series of thunderous roars. He drew a white line across the sky and quickly climbed up the mountain until he reached the peak and looked down. Chapter 639. The Martial Saint Sec's Martial Saint Hall was the main hall of the Martial Saint Palace. It was the symbol of the Martial Saint Palace. At this moment, all the higher-ups of the Martial Saint Palace's 3 major factions were gathered here. Each of them had a solemn look on their faces, causing the air in the Martial Saint Hall to freeze. "This kid deserves to die." An elder broke the silence with a cold voice. "He deserves to die, but how do we deal with him?" This was a rhetorical question. Yes, how do we deal with him? With such a heaven-defying artifact protecting him, even an Earth Spirit Realm elder couldn't do anything to him. He even seemed to have been injured because of it, let alone them. Do we need a profound Sky Realm cultivator to take action? However, the Martial Saint Palace's old ancestor was still in seclusion. In order to break through to a higher realm, he hadn't come out yet. Firstly, he couldn't be disturbed rashly. Secondly, if the old ancestor were to take action because of this, it would only show their incompetence. The third point was something that no one was willing to think about. That was, even if the ancestor made a move, what if it failed? An extreme mortal realm cultivator couldn't do anything to Chunzong, and an earth spirit realm cultivator couldn't do anything to Chunzong. Then, would a profound sky realm cultivator be able to deal with Chunzong? Everyone frowned as they pondered over this. Although the competition between the 3 major factions was very serious, they would still unite in the face of a major event that concerned the reputation of the Martial Saint Palace. No matter what, they had to think of a way to get rid of Chunzong. Only then could they restore the Martial Saint Palace's lost reputation. A transcendent can't do anything to Chunzong. We have to use a pseudo-transcendent to deal with him. Based on Chunzong's battle prowess, only a powerful master stage expert can deal with him. Tianfeng is back. The Martial Saint Palace Master suddenly said. Mu Tianfeng is back. What's his strength now? Everyone was startled at first, then asked one after another. If it was any other time, they would be very happy and express their concern. However, at this moment, they were more concerned about Mu Tianfeng's strength. They were prepared to use a grandmaster to deal with Chunzong, and Mu Tianfeng happened to be a grandmaster. He's still on his way back. We'll know when he returns, said the sacred Martial Palace Master. 3 years ago, when Mu Tianfeng left, he was already able to fight against an ordinary middle 9-star warrior with the battle strength of an early 9-star warrior. Now that he has returned after 3 years of training, his battle strength must have improved significantly. A palace master's extreme mortal stage elder said with a smile. Mu Tianfeng was the direct disciple of the sacred Martial Palace Master. He was also ranked first on the Heaven Ascension ranking in the Ascending Heaven region. 3 years ago, Mu Tianfeng had the combat power of an early stage 9-star, but he could contend with other mid-stage 9-star with his own strength. Now that 3 years had passed, he had made some progress, but he didn't know how much he had improved. But with Mu Tianfeng's talent and potential, the improvement would be obvious. It was common knowledge that the later stages of cultivation would become more difficult. Therefore, there were still some Master Realm experts in the Martial Saint Palace. However, most of them were at the early stage of the 9-star realm, followed by the middle stage of the 9-star realm, and then the late stage of the 9-star realm. As for the peak 9-star realm, there were only 2 of them in the entire Martial Saint Palace. Currently, there were no 9-star realm experts. The 9-star realm was not necessarily related to breaking through to the transcendent realm. Simply put, to break through to the transcendent realm, one had to open one's aperture and comprehend a complete true meaning. The minor true meaning was only a component of a true meaning. In order to break through to the transcendent realm faster, some pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators would only focus on comprehending the minor true meaning of a single true meaning, striving to fully comprehend it and combine it into a true meaning in order to break through to the transcendent realm. There are also pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators who would choose to comprehend the minor true meaning as much as possible before comprehending the true meaning to break through to the transcendent realm. Doing so meant that it would take longer and more effort, but it also had a greater benefit, which was that after breaking through to the transcendent realm, one would become more outstanding. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of consolidation. The level of the master stage was a sign of stability. In the Grandmaster realm, the higher one's combat power was, the more astonishing their consolidation would be, and after breaking through to the transcendent realm, they would become even stronger. However, not all pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators had the potential to consolidate their strength, nor did all pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators have a desire to do so. The transformation of one's life essence and the leap in strength of a transcendent realm cultivator was extremely attractive to anyone. On top of that, sometimes a breakthrough required an opportunity, and if one didn't seize the opportunity, who knew when the next one would come? The scarcity of temptation and opportunity led many grandmasters to choose to break through. A few days later, Mu Tianfeng set foot on St. Martial Mountain. "Ha ha, I'm back." Mu Tianfeng's laughter rumbled like thunder, resounding throughout St. Martial Mountain. Tianfeng, Su Lai Main Hall. A magnificent and overbearing voice rang out, causing the laughing Mu Tianfeng to be startled. Immediately rubbing his nose, Mu Tianfeng's figure shot out like a bolt of lightning towards St. Martial Mountain's main hall. As soon as he entered the main hall, Mu Tianfeng was surprised because there were many more people inside. Everyone's eyes fell on Mu Tianfeng, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Not everyone could withstand the stares of so many transcendent realm masters, especially the sharp gazes of so many transcendent realm masters, as if they wanted to see through him. Mu Tianfeng suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Tianfeng, how strong are you now? St. Martial Palace's palace master asked directly. I should be at the peak of 9-star, Mu Tianfeng said after thinking for a while. Palace master, we can't be careless about this matter. This elder suggests that we let the peak 9-star grandmaster fight, Mu Tianfeng, an elder suggested. Good. The palace master agreed immediately. Tianfeng, bring out your full strength. This matter concerns the prestige of St. Martial Palace. There were 2 peak 9-star grandmasters in St. Martial Palace. They were usually in secluded cultivation, trying to find an opportunity to break through to the transcendent realm. With their accumulation, once they broke through to the transcendent realm, their cultivation would increase rapidly for a period of time, far surpassing ordinary extreme mortal realm masters. This peak 9-star grandmaster looked very old, but his old age was just his expression. Once he broke through to the transcendent realm, he would immediately transform and become younger. Without saying much, he attacked directly. Good, Mu Tianfeng said excitedly. With a shake of his arms, a gust of wind whistled and lightning burst out. A fierce battle unfolded. Facing a peak 9-star grandmaster, Mu Tianfeng also used his full strength and attacked to his heart's content. After half a quarter of an hour, the 2 sides were evenly matched, but Mu Tianfeng seemed to be getting more and more excited and stronger as he fought, gradually suppressing his opponent. After a quarter of an hour, the old man was already at a disadvantage. That's enough, St. Martial Palace's palace master said. The outcome was clear. Mu Tianfeng was indeed stronger than his opponent. Tianfeng, this is the situation, St. Martial Palace's palace master explained what happened. Don't worry, master. I will definitely make him kneel and repent. Mu Tianfeng's face was full of anger. His eyes were cold, as if there was a storm raging in them. A mere disciple who was expelled by a small sect from the outer realm dared to provoke St. Martial Palace. This was intolerable. Mu Tianfeng was a disciple of St. Martial Palace, a direct disciple of St. Martial Palace's palace master. He was vaguely called Young Palace Master and had long regarded St. Martial Palace as his home. He couldn't tolerate someone who dared to provoke St. Martial Palace and kill so many of their disciples. At a secluded hill, a figure was rapidly approaching. He then stopped and scanned the area with his sharp eyes, searching carefully. A moment later, he found a trace and directly attacked. Amidst the whistling sounds, a gale roared and bombarded the hidden cave entrance, directly breaking it. Then, a gale blew into the cave through the passage. Chunzong, who was cultivating in seclusion, sensed the gale the moment the cave entrance was destroyed. Fortunately, he wasn't absorbing heaven and earth spirit chi, but comprehending minor true intent and sword arts, so he didn't receive any obvious disturbance. The gale's power was astonishing. It was compressed into the cave's passage, causing a series of terrifying rumbles. It seemed as if the cave was going to collapse, and Chunzong was going to be torn to shreds. However, the moment the gale approached Chunzong, the sky tower's shadow appeared, and the gale disappeared without a trace. Without any hesitation, Chunzong immediately rushed out of the cave. Otherwise, he would be buried alive. Although nothing serious would happen to him, it would still be troublesome. As soon as he appeared outside the cave, Chunzong's gaze locked onto the figure. Extreme mortal realm. This person was an elder of St. Martial Palace. Although Chunzong's whereabouts were well hidden, the St. Martial Palace still managed to find him after a thorough investigation. Therefore, this extreme mortal realm elder had rushed over. St. Martial Palace, show me what you've got. Chunzong stared at the elder and said unhurriedly, Catch. The extreme mortal realm elder only said 2 words. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to control his anger, but he couldn't do anything to Chunzong. Therefore, he directly threw out a scarlet post that looked like it was dripping blood. The post flew towards Chunzong at extreme speed, but Chunzong flicked it with his finger. With a subtle control of his power, the post stopped in front of him and automatically flipped open. With a single glance, Chunzong finished reading the contents of the post. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The content of the post was a challenge. The St. Martial Palace would send out a master realm expert to have a life and death battle with him. This battle would be the end of the grudge between the two sides. The location of the battle was also very interesting. It was the life and death arena in Ascension City. A life and death battle in Ascension City's life and death arena would undoubtedly be fairer. At least, Chunzong wouldn't think that the St. Martial Palace had made all kinds of arrangements to kill him in one go. In fact, if the location of the life and death battle wasn't in Ascension City, Chunzong would hesitate. After all, the St. Martial Palace might make all kinds of arrangements to deal with him in the name of a battle. However, if it was in Ascension City, it would undoubtedly be safer. A Master Realm life and death battle? Chunzong held the post and pondered. As for the St. Martial Palace Elder, he had already run away without a trace. If that's the case, then let's end this grudge. Chunzong muttered to himself. This was a stage where one could advance by leaps and bounds. Chunzong also wanted to cultivate properly and transform his active potential into strength. He would settle the grudge that needed to be settled first. Chapter 640. The morning sun rose on the other side of the mountain, radiating light and heat as it illuminated the land. On the sun-covered land, many figures were running in the same direction. The life and death duel between Mu Tianfeng and Chunzong is not to be missed. I didn't expect that the first thing Mu Tianfeng did after returning would be a life and death duel. Mu Tianfeng was already a grandmaster a few years ago and ranked first on the Heaven Ascension list. I wonder how much his strength has improved in the past few years. A proud son of heaven like him is improving every day. After 3 years, his strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. He must have become even more powerful. These people rushed to Heaven Ascension City to watch the life and death duel between Mu Tianfeng and Chunzong. Who was Mu Tianfeng? He was the strongest disciple of Sacred Martial Palace, one of the 2 high-ranked sects in Heaven Ascension region. He was the direct disciple of the Sacred Martial Palace Master and ranked first on the Heaven Ascension list. He could be said to be the strongest person among the younger generation in Heaven Ascension region. Who was Chunzong? He won 100 consecutive victories in 100 Battles City's 100 Battles Arena, killed Xiahou Jun in Heaven Ascension City's Life and Death Arena, and reached the 10th level of Heaven Ascension Tower. There were even rumors that Chunzong entered the Chaos Heaven Cave abode and obtained the inheritance. He then killed Xiahou Ba, Nen Mingshan, and Xian Wuxing. He even had a heaven-defying artifact to protect himself in front of the Chaos Heaven Cave abode. Even a transcendent could not do anything to him. So, what would be the outcome of the life and death duel between the two? While everyone was guessing, they were also looking forward to it. This would probably be the peak duel of a younger generation. Heaven Ascension City was also bustling with noise and excitement. The bets are open. Bet on Mu Tianfeng to win 1. 2. Bet on Chunzong to win 1. 5. Shouts could be heard everywhere. Someone was betting on the outcome of the duel. Brother Lin, who are you going to bet on? I'm going to bet on Chunzong. I can get more if I win. I'll tell you secretly. Don't tell anyone. The person called Brother Lin first looked around vigilantly before transmitting his voice. I'm going to bet on Mu Tianfeng. Although the ratio is lower, it's still a profit. Why? According to the reliable information I received secretly, Mu Tianfeng's strength has already reached the peak of the 9-star level, or even a little stronger. This person transmitted his voice again and said methodically, Mu Tianfeng is the strongest disciple of the Sacred Martial Palace. They have high hopes for this battle, so the Sacred Martial Palace will definitely do everything they can to increase Mu Tianfeng's strength and means. But that Chunzong is also very powerful. I heard that even Transcendents can't do anything to him. As far as I know, Chunzong's heaven-defying artifact came from the Heaven Ascension Tower and can resist the power of a Transcendent, but it's useless against cultivators below the Transcendent realm. This person wore a look of complete disdain, as if everything was under his control, a smug grin filling his face as he declared that Chunzong has an ordinary background, completely incomparable to Mu Tianfeng. Moreover, he has only broken through to the pseudo-transcendent realm not long ago, far less than Mu Tianfeng. After a round of analysis, it was reasonable and well-founded. Fortunately, I listened to Brother Lin's words, otherwise my spirit shells would have been wasted. I'll also bet on Mu Tianfeng. Unintentionally, all kinds of conclusive gossip surged like an undercurrent, and many people bet on Mu Tianfeng's victory. Although the ratio was low, it was a safe bet. Of course, there were also people who bet on Chunzong's victory, taking the risk and earning more. There were also people who bet on both Mu Tianfeng and Chunzong's victory, hoping that one side would gain something. In the enthusiastic atmosphere, Chunzong stepped into Heaven Ascension City. Along the way, Chunzong could hear a lot of discussions about his battle with Mu Tianfeng, as well as the bets on the outcome of the battle. 101.2, 101.5. Chunzong heard this, and a playful smile appeared on his face. The time for the life or death duel had not yet arrived, so Chunzong walked in the direction of the banker's house. Several groups of people were lined up in front of the banker's table, all ready to place their bets. After a while, it was Chunzong's turn. The amount I want to bet is relatively large. If I win, you won't go back on your word, right? Chunzong asked. This banker is run by the Marshal Saint Palace, and the Ascension City Lord's mansion is impartial. You can bet as much as you want. Our Marshal Saint Palace will not ruin our reputation for your little money. The person in charge of registration frowned and said with a displeased expression, "Little friend, you can rest assured." An old man from the City Lord's mansion sitting on the side said with a smile. He was present as an impartial person to ensure that there would be no fraud. So the banker is run by the Marshal Saint Palace. Then I can rest assured. Chunzong smiled. I'll bet on Chunzong's victory. For 1,000 substandard spirit sources. Chunzong made up his mind to make a fortune. In a 1-1-5 ratio, if he won, not only would he be able to take out 4,000 substandard spirit sources, he would also be able to get 2,000 substandard spirit sources. It was a considerable amount of wealth. Although there weren't many people who bet on Chunzong's victory, it wasn't a big deal. However, for 1,000 substandard spirit sources was definitely the highest bet so far, and it was much more than the other bets. Not only were the bankers shocked, but the surrounding people were also shocked. For 1,000 substandard spirit sources. What a shocking amount of wealth. Did you say something wrong? One of the bankers couldn't help but ask. That's right. I'll bet on Chunzong's victory. For 1,000 substandard spirit sources. Chunzong smiled and took out a mustard seed bag. Inside it were 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Little friend, you can't be careless about this matter. The old man in charge of fairness from the City Lord's mansion advised after being shocked. For 1,000 substandard spirit sources, it was too shocking. You're Chunzong. Suddenly, one of the banker's expressions changed as he recognized Chunzong's identity. It was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Chunzong. Where's Chunzong? Is Chunzong here? Many gazes fell on Chunzong's face. They were surprised and doubtful, as if they wanted to see through Chunzong. However, Chunzong didn't seem to notice anything. With a calm expression, he took out a mustard seed bag that he had prepared and placed it on the table. I'm Chunzong. I bet on myself to win. Do you dare to accept? His tone was calm, but there was a trace of indescribable dominance in his tone. Of course we do. Why wouldn't we accept a gift that's delivered to our doorstep? The people from the Marshal Saint Palace immediately reacted and laughed. Under such circumstances, of course they had to accept the bet. Otherwise, people would think that the Marshal Saint Palace was afraid of Chunzong. One of the reasons why the Marshal Saint Palace was the banker was to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. It was also to strengthen their own reputation and support Mu Tianfeng. If they didn't accept the bet, then all their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, they had full confidence in Mu Tianfeng. They believed that Mu Tianfeng would win, and Chunzong would lose for sure. A bet from a person who was bound to lose was no different from giving it away for free. Naturally, the more the better. Soon, the bankers from the Marshal Saint Palace accepted Chunzong's 4,000 substandard spirit sources and issued a certificate. It was a wooden tablet with the bets, ratio, amount, and so on engraved on it. It was also stamped with the seal of the Ascension City Lord's Mansion. If you win, then take this wooden tablet and come back to take away your substandard spirit sources. But I don't think you'll have that chance. A person from the banker's side laughed. He seemed to be joking, but it was actually a form of mockery. Get ready. Don't embarrass yourself when you have to raise the money, Shenzong said unhurriedly. He put away the wooden tablet and turned to leave. The life and death battle with Mu Tianfeng was set for tomorrow. There was still one day left. Shenzong naturally wouldn't waste time. He went to the restaurant and had a good meal. In the restaurant, Shenzong could feel many gazes sizing him up. Some were curious, some were probing, some were mocking, and so on. There were all kinds of discussions. Although the voices were very low, Shenzong could still hear them. Almost all of them were talking about him. It could be said that he was the center of attention during this period of time. Who knew how many times his name would be mentioned? This kind of phenomenon didn't cause the slightest disturbance to Shenzong. He ate delicious dishes and drank delicious wine. After eating to his heart's content, Shenzong got up and left for the safest inn. Shenzong sat down cross-legged and regulated his breathing. Then, he opened his Heaven Apex Meridian and Earth Abyss Meridian and absorbed a trace of spiritual energy into his body. He then closed the 2 Aperture Meridian and focused on refining that trace of spiritual energy. Seizing the time to cultivate was not because of Mu Tianfeng, but because of Shenzong's habit. As long as there was time, he would not forget to use it to improve himself as much as possible. Shenzong would pay attention to the battle with Mu Tianfeng, but not too much. However, perhaps Mu Tianfeng was his strongest opponent so far. As for the Transcendent Realm, the gap between them was too great. Facing a Transcendent, Shenzong could only rely on the protection of the Heaven Ascension Tower, unable to launch an effective counterattack. Not long after, Shenzong refined and absorbed a trace of world energy, and his cultivation improved a little. Next, he began to comprehend his sword art. Comprehending and mastering Little Lingwu was one thing, but unearthing the full potential of Little Lingwu was another. The way to unearth the potential of Little Lingwu was to cultivate fake Lingwu. The best method was to create fake Lingwu. The second method was to cultivate the fake Lingwu left behind by predecessors. To reach the Transcendent Realm, comprehending various little true meanings and combining them into a complete true meaning was necessary, but the process was difficult. Only by fully unearthing the potential of each little true meaning would it be easier to find opportunities. However, just like comprehending and mastering little true meanings, unearthing the potential of little true meanings required a lot of time and energy. Time flew by, and the night passed while Shenzong was cultivating. At dawn, many people in Heaven Ascension City rushed to the life or death arena in order to get a better view of the battle on the life or death arena. This kind of battle between powerful grandmasters was very rare to see. On one hand, it was lively and exciting, and on the other hand, it was also a kind of inspiration. Shenzong is here. Where? Where? As the voice sounded, many people looked over and saw Shenzong walking over from the distance. His steps were calm, his expression calm, and his eyes clear, as if he was not here for a life or death battle, but to watch the battle. This attitude surprised many people and, at the same time, made them admire him. This kind of state of mind was extraordinary. Of course, there were also some people who were unhappy. For no reason, they just didn't like him. He looks very confident. Even if he isn't, he still has to act like he is. Chapter 641. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, divided by little. Satan Net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. On the life and death ring, the momentum was sharp and fierce. Love, go little, say, W. Chu Shenzong displayed his crisscrossing sword technique. His 2 swords were sharp and continuous, as if 2 masters of swordsmanship were cooperating with each other tacitly, constantly attacking from the left and right. Occasionally, they would exchange a move, which was extremely mysterious. Mu Tianfeng's combat strength was amazing. Every move he made was accompanied by a strong roar of wind and lightning. Relatively speaking, Mu Tianfeng had stepped into the pseudo-transcendent realm at least 4 years longer than Shenzong. For ordinary cultivators, 4 years might not be enough to make significant progress, but for real geniuses, even 1 year was enough to make significant progress. 4 years brought about a gap in means. Compared to Shenzong, Mu Tianfeng's fighting methods were more varied. His 2 fists punched out, and lightning flashed through the air, which then turned into a palm and slapped out fiercely, creating a whirlwind that swept out like a whirlpool. Then his legs kicked out continuously, each kick carrying a terrifying power, mercilessly as if it wanted to shatter the void. Terrifying storms and lightning raged on the life and death ring, emitting an aura that made everyone feel horrified. Immediately, after Mu Tianfeng launched an offensive, he opened his mouth, and lightning arcs condensed in it. There was also the sound of wind whistling, as if it was not a mouth, but the eye of a storm. Roar. The roar of thunder turned into a terrible shock wave, tearing the sky apart and smashing towards Shenzong with a force that could shatter mountains. Unable to dodge, Shenzong raised his sword to meet it. With a boom, an incomparably terrifying force slammed into the body of the sword, and then through the body of the sword, it ruthlessly slammed into Shenzong's arms and body. The astonishing force seemed to want to crush Shenzong's body, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Only after retreating to the edge of the life and death arena did Shenzong manage to disperse the force. He felt his arms go numb, and the 2 swords trembled incessantly, emitting a high-frequency, buzzing sound that made one's teeth ache. Countless ripples spread out from the edges of the 2 swords, layer by layer. Mu Tianfeng was well versed in this art. With a flash of lightning, he appeared in front of Shenzong and attacked again. A light appeared under his feet, and the light was directly shattered by the terrible power, but Shenzong's body appeared in another place, and the sword light slashed through the air. Mu Tianfeng's body was shattered, and between the countless lightning bolts, each with an amazing force, rushed towards Shenzong from all directions. The lightning bolts were defeated by Shenzong's sword, but Mu Tianfeng's figure suddenly flashed behind Shenzong, his hands clenched like giant hammers, and smashed fiercely. Like a thunder hammer that could shatter the earth, it smashed towards Shenzong's head. If it hit, Shenzong's head might be smashed. However, Shenzong would not be hit. The terrible power bombarded the life and death ring, and the shocking thunder waves surged, covering the life and death ring and spreading outside. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had been fighting fiercely for a while, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. In terms of cultivation, Shenzong was obviously not as good as Mu Tianfeng, but Shenzong's martial arts realm was much higher than Mu Tianfeng's. Both sides had their advantages. Mu Tianfeng's body shook, and countless lightning bolts burst out, condensing into a huge thunderball and fiercely smashed toward Shenzong. Soon after, the huge ball of lightning split apart midway, turning into numerous balls of lightning the size of a human head. There were over 100 of them, and they blasted towards Shenzong from all directions without any blind spots. However, this move was only a move that Mu Tianfeng used to fight for a sliver of opportunity. Wind with me, thunder with me, wind and thunder together. The majestic sound was like the howling of the wind and the raging of thunder. To the left of Mu Tianfeng, the wind blew, while to the right, thunder roared. As Mu Tianfeng waved his arms, the wind and thunder poured into his body. It was as if Mu Tianfeng's body was the battlefield, constantly attacking. Mu Tianfeng's expression kept changing, as if he was enjoying it, and also as if he was enduring great pain. In the blink of an eye, the wind and thunder poured into Mu Tianfeng's body. The wind and thunder intertwined, emitting a dazzling light. Then, a sun of wind and thunder condensed behind Mu Tianfeng's back. I have to admit, Shenzong, you are indeed very strong. You are worthy of being my opponent, but everything ends here. As the sun of wind and thunder condensed behind him, Mu Tianfeng's aura became even more tyrannical and shocking. This wind and thunder glory was a secret technique, and it belonged to the upper-ranks pseudo-lingual realm. It was not owned by the Martial Saint Palace, but Mu Tianfeng had obtained it when he went to the outer realm. It was very compatible with him, and once he used it, his battle strength would increase again, reaching the shocking peak of the 9-star realm. So strong. What secret technique is that? It's so strong. It's not weaker than the Martial Saint Palace's Thunder King transformation. Mu Tianfeng jumped up and opened his arms, and a terrifying aura covered the sky. The sun of wind and thunder behind him slowly rotated, as if it could crush everything, and rays of light mixed with wind and thunder shot through the air. The combination of the swiftness of the wind and the violence of the thunder was brought to the extreme. Shenzong's expression turned solemn. He swung his sword, but found that he could not keep up with the speed of his sword, so he immediately used the sword's speed true meaning. Chunzong's mental strength was already very strong, and after cultivating the spirit refinement art, it had reached an astonishing level. Now that he had stepped into the pseudo-transcendent realm and experienced another transformation, he had become even stronger. He now had the capital to use the minor true meaning over 100 times in a row. With the improvement of his cultivation, his mental strength had also increased. As long as he maintained a good rhythm, he could use the minor true meaning over 100 times in a row without exhausting too much mental strength. Under the sword speed true meaning, Chenzong's sword speed increased by 50%. The sword in Chenzong's arms could not be seen at all. Only 2 rays of light seemed to condense in the air and did not dissipate for a long time. The rays of light condensed by the wind and thunder were shattered one after another. A strange light flashed in Mu Tianfeng's eyes, but his eyes were filled with wind and thunder, so it was difficult to notice. Glory of wind and thunder. 9 revolutions of wind and thunder. With a twist of his arms, the wind and thunder great sun behind him instantly sped up. Every time it spun, it would expand a little. After 9 spins, it had expanded to a size of 10 meters. It let out a roar that could crush everything. A dragon formed by wind and thunder suddenly rushed out from the expanding wind and thunder great Sunday. The glory of wind and thunder was actually better than the Thunder King transformation because it also contained a powerful offensive secret technique. After the 9 revolutions in the air, the wind and thunder dragon's power reached its peak. It descended from the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws with extreme murderous intent and destructive power, viciously attacking Chenzong. With a rumble, the skies seemed to collapse along with the wind and thunder dragon falling down. The terrifying pressure made Chenzong's body feel heavy, as if he was about to be crushed. Heaven and earth. The cross-shaped sword light broke through the sky, as if it was cutting the sky open, and divided into 4 parts to attack the wind and thunder dragon. Then, under the activation of the sword's speed true meaning, sword after sword broke through the sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword lights pierced through the sky. Hundreds of sword lights pierced the wind and thunder dragon, shattering one sword after another, but breaking the wind and thunder dragon inch by inch. Heaven and earth. Another cross-shaped sword light broke out, directly shattering the remaining wind and thunder dragon. With the wind and thunder seal broken, Chenzong's power instantly increased. His figure flashed, and an illusory light swept out, appearing in front of Mu Tianfeng. The heavenly sun sword pierced through the sky. The power penetrated the sword body and reached the tip of the sword. A speck of starlight condensed on the tip of the sword. Within that speck of starlight, there seemed to be countless broken cracks. The cracks were not static, but constantly moving, as if they were tearing everything apart. The sharpness of this sword seemed to pierce through Mu Tianfeng's eyes, destroying the wind and thunder in his eyes. Secret Sword Point Star. This secret sword had been improved by Chenzong time and time again, becoming more and more powerful. Now, he could use it with ease. Mu Tianfeng was unable to react in time. Just as the terrifying sword tip was about to pierce through Mu Tianfeng, a burst of light flickered, wrapping Mu Tianfeng up. The secret sword point star pierced through the protective layer around Mu Tianfeng's body. Inside that speck of starlight, the constantly splitting power acted on the protective layer, trying to tear it apart. The protective layer was a defensive artifact's power, so it constantly resisted. Mu Tianfeng reacted in time. His arms shook, and the wind and thunder roared, fiercely attacking Chenzong. Mu Tianfeng withdrew his sword and shattered the wind and thunder. His 10 fingers flicked, and the wind and thunder power condensed into a wind and thunder seal, smashing towards Qinzhong. The air below collapsed, and the life and death stage collapsed into a violent wind. Slash, slash, slash. Qinzhong slashed out with both swords, and the void sword energy poured out. The terrifying power bombarded the wind and thunder seal, leaving sword marks. Each of Qinzhong's sword strikes was extremely powerful. With hundreds of sword strikes in an instant, coupled with his high cultivation base, he could better capture the weak points of the wind and thunder seal. Slash! Sword lights flew towards Mu Tianfeng in succession. Mu Tianfeng's body was protected by a defensive artifact, but it couldn't resist all of them. Qinzhong performed the Phantom Light 9 steps while performing the crisscross sword art. With a cracking sound, the defensive artifact's defensive power was broken in an instant. Sword intent. This was a rare opportunity. Qinzhong wouldn't let it go. A sword light flashed between his eyebrows, and an illusory sword shadow shot out. Unable to dodge, it went through the wind and thunder power and entered between Mu Tianfeng's eyebrows. Mu Tianfeng's expression suddenly changed. He felt as if his head was split open by a sharp sword, and the pain went deep into his soul. The soul was mysterious, unpredictable, and hard to reach. The spirit and the soul were closely related. Concentrating and mobilizing the body's power required the participation of the spirit. Even if it was an instinct that had been tempered thousands of times, without the spirit to rely on, it would be greatly reduced. Aurora's sword style. Die. With a low shout, the sword speed true intent was activated, and the sword speed increased to the extreme. The fastest sword attack was launched, and it also carried the horror of the half-step sword aura, like an aurora that streaked across the sky. It suppressed Mu Tianfeng's whole body, and under the attack on his mind, Mu Tianfeng didn't have any ability to dodge or resist. A sword strike arrived. Outside the life and death stage, the sacred martial palace people's expressions changed. Two extreme mortal realm warriors were about to attack, but they were locked down by the ascending Sky City warriors and didn't dare to move. This was a life and death battle, and no interference was allowed. Chapter 642. Genius 1 Second Remember Love, /go, /little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Mu Tianfeng. Qinzhong, you deserve to die. No, how could this be? The faces of the Martial Saint Palace's disciples changed drastically. They were shocked to the extreme, as if they had lost their parents. Those who bet on Mu Tianfeng were the same, their faces filled with grief. He actually won. Unbelievable. Those who bet on Qinzhong were in a daze, mumbling to themselves. Soon after, smiles appeared on their faces, and they were extremely excited. In the air above the life and death ring, Qinzhong's sword was pulled out from between Mu Tianfeng's eyebrows. This meant that Mu Tianfeng was killed by Qinzhong. For the Martial Saint Palace, the loss was extremely heavy, because Mu Tianfeng was the #1 disciple of the Martial Saint Palace, and also the #1 of the younger generation in the Ascending Heaven region. Mu Tianfeng's body was in the air, but strangely, he didn't fall down. However, his vitality was quickly fading away as Qinzhong pulled out his sword. A sudden change occurred. Mu Tianfeng's body trembled slightly, as if a strange force had emerged from the deepest part of his body. That force instantly engulfed Mu Tianfeng's body, turning into a scarlet light that swallowed him whole. With a sweep, he flew out of the life and death ring and landed in the Martial Saint Palace's camp. The scarlet light disappeared, and Mu Tianfeng reappeared. The wound between his eyebrows disappeared, and his vitality reappeared. He came back to life. Everyone was shocked. They clearly saw Qinzhong's sword pierce through Mu Tianfeng's head, killing him. Mu Tianfeng was already dead, but now he came back to life and appeared in front of everyone. Unbelievable. Qinzhong frowned slightly, his eyes filled with astonishment. The Martial Saint Palace's Mu Tianfeng and Qinzhong had a life and death battle. Mu Tianfeng used a special secret treasure to escape from the life and death ring. Qinzhong wins this battle. A majestic voice rang out, as if it came from all directions, drilling into everyone's ears. This was the voice of the ascending Heaven City's expert, the final announcement. Love, go little, say, network of the rules were also the same. Mu Tianfeng should have died, but he survived because he had a substitute artifact or something like that. But he had also left the life and death arena on his own, and no outsider had interfered. Below the life and death arena, in the Marshal St. Palace's camp, Mu Tianfeng's face was pale. His heart was palpitating with fear. The feeling of death was too horrible, too horrifying. The moment Chun Zong's sword pierced through his glabella, his consciousness seemed to shatter and sink into a bottomless abyss. Only darkness and silence accompanied him as he sank into eternal oblivion. Fortunately, the Sacred Martial Palace had given him the death substitution artifact that they had kept for a long time, just in case. He didn't expect it to come in handy. After experiencing death, Mu Tianfeng's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. It was Chun Zong who made him experience that kind of terrifying feeling. Just a little bit more, and he would have died. Chun Zong's eyes moved away from Mu Tianfeng. He had killed his opponent once, but he hadn't really killed him. Regardless, he had won. Sacred Martial Palace. This battle was initiated by you in order to resolve the grievances between you and me. I accept. Now that this battle is over, our grievances will also end. Chun Zong said loudly. Of course, if you don't agree, feel free to use whatever means you have. I will fight back with all my strength. Although I can't kill your transcendence, I don't think anyone below the transcendent realm can block my sword. Hearing Chun Zong's words, the Sacred Martial Palace's side was naturally shocked and angry, but at the same time, they were also very wary. Just as Chun Zong said, besides the transcendence, there was no one in the Sacred Martial Palace who could resist Chun Zong, because even Mu Tianfeng was not his opponent. Since the transcendence couldn't do anything to Chun Zong could easily target those below the transcendence of the Sacred Martial Palace and slowly kill them. This situation would undoubtedly cause the Sacred Martial Palace to panic at the slightest sound and greatly damage their reputation. At that time, if the 10,000 Heaven sect added fuel to the fire, the Sacred Martial Palace's situation would become even worse. After weighing the pros and cons, it was naturally better to end their grievances with Chun Zong. As far as I know, Sacred Martial Palace's Grand Elder Hongwu's knowledge has been damaged, so he won't be able to exert much of his strength, Chun Zong suddenly said. Love Go shall say, chew the faces of those from the Sacred Martial Palace changed again, while those from the other great forces, especially those from the 10,000 Heaven sect, were startled and immediately rejoiced. Since Grand Elder Hongwu was injured, the Sacred Martial Palace naturally had to block the news and prevent it from leaking out. The Yang family and the others in Sky Vale City had already been warned and didn't dare to spread the news. But now that Chun Zong had leaked it, it was enough to put the Sacred Martial Palace in a very bad situation. Next, the 10,000 Heaven sect would definitely take this opportunity to probe the Sacred Martial Palace. If they confirmed the truth, the Sacred Martial Palace would be in deep trouble. After Chun Zong left the life and death arena, he went to the Sacred Martial Palace's residence and took the substandard spirit sources with his wooden token. The capital and the winning percentage came to a total of 6,000 substandard spirit sources. The Sacred Martial Palace didn't dare to refuse, as the ascending Heaven City Lord's mansion acted as the judge. If they refused, it would be a slap to the City Lord's mansion's face, and the consequences would be very serious. Moreover, even if he didn't fear the City Lord's mansion, Chun Zong could still attack those below the transcendence of the Sacred Martial Palace, and the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, the Sacred Martial Palace could only obediently hand over the 6,000 substandard spirit sources to Chun Zong, feeling extremely sullen. Under the sullen gazes of the Sacred Martial Palace and the envious gazes of the others, Chun Zong pocketed the 6,000 substandard spirit sources, and his accumulation of wealth had obviously increased by a lot. Congratulations, Brother Chun, for defeating another powerful enemy. The familiar and gentle voice rang out again and entered Chun Zong's ears. Brother Ching Chun, you must be joking. Chunzong smiled and immediately bowed to the gray-robed old man who followed Qing Chun. Chunzong greets Senior. When we first met back then, you were just a little martial artist in the Qi refining realm. Now, it has only been a few years, and Brother Chun has already reached this level. You could be considered the top among the grandmasters. Qing Chun smiled. Young master, with little friend Chunzong's talent. Even in the Blue Waves continent, he is at the top level. Moreover, I feel that little friend Chunzong still has potential to be unearthed. Perhaps he has a chance to take that step. The gray-robed old man said with a smile. Blue Waves continent. Chunzong keenly caught a word in the gray-robed old man's words. It was a word he had never heard before. Yes, Blue Waves continent. Qing Chun said with a smile. Brother Chun, please come with me. Let me dispel your doubts. After speaking, the three of them quickly arrived at a quiet garden. There were already good wine and delicious food on the table. The three of them sat around the table. Brother Chun, the world we are in is called Blue Waves World. Qing Chun slowly said. Chunzong felt that perhaps a new world would appear in front of him with Qing Chen's words. According to the statistics of senior experts, 70% of Blue Waves World is sea and 30% is land. Blue Waves Continent is the central continent of Blue Waves World. Its territory is vast, no less than 20% of the entire Blue Waves World. In addition to Blue Waves Continent, there are many islands scattered on 70% of the sea. They are as numerous as the stars in the sky. These islands are big and small. The land we are standing on now is one of the many islands. It is a relatively large island. After speaking, Qing Chun paused to give Chunzong time to digest. Chunzong was also extremely shocked. According to Qing Chun, this Longtu region, Deng Tian region, and another region, such a vast territory, was actually just an island. All of a sudden, Chunzong's worldview seemed to have been turned upside down. Even if it was relatively large, it was still one of the many islands. Brother Qing Chun, may I ask how large is Blue Waves continent? Chunzong thought for a moment and asked. I also don't know. Qing Chun smiled and replied, I only know that it is very large. It is more than 100 times larger than the island we are standing on. Moreover, the world energy on Blue Waves continent is richer and the resources are more abundant. Therefore, the difficulty of cultivation is much easier than here. Intuitively speaking, the difficulty of breaking through to the transcendent realm on Blue Waves continent is even lower, almost 1/10. Qing Chen's words once again shocked Chunzong. This meant that it was easier for cultivators on Blue Waves continent to break through bottlenecks and reach the transcendent realm. The probability was at least 10 times higher than here. At the same time, it also meant many other things. To put it simply, Blue Waves continent was like heaven for cultivators. For cultivators, Blue Waves continent is undoubtedly the best place to go, but at the same time, it is also not the best place to go. Qing Chun smiled and said, because Blue Waves continent is vast, the cultivation environment is better, and the resources are abundant. However, because there are many cultivators and the forces are intricate, the competition is fierce, and even the slightest carelessness can lead to death. Chunzong nodded. Everything had advantages and disadvantages, and between the advantages and disadvantages depended on how people chose. Rich resources and many cultivators meant fierce competition. For cultivators with ordinary talent and potential, and without much ambition, this was no different from hell. Because they couldn't compete, they were always in a state of suppression. In the end, if they didn't die, they would disappear into the crowd. Rather than this, it was better to stay on the island and cultivate peacefully. Perhaps one day, they could become a master on the island and command a region. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. However, for cultivators with extraordinary talent and potential and great ambition, Blue Waves continent was the best place to go. However, cultivators on the island often waited until they broke through to the transcendent realm and gained more strength before leaving for Blue Waves continent to gain life experience. During life experience, some people died, some left to return to the island, and a few chose to stay. They might become stronger, or they might disappear into the crowd. Brother Chun, with your talent, potential, and ambition, you should go to Blue Waves Continent. Ching Chun smiled and said, "In a few days, I will set off to return to my family. I wonder if Brother Chun would like to accompany me to Blue Waves Continent? If I didn't know, I wouldn't be tempted, but now that I know there is such a place, if I don't go, wouldn't it be a waste?" Chenzong smiled and said, "Well said." Ching Chun smiled. Since Chenzong had made the decision to go to Blue Waves Continent with Ching Chun, the next step was to learn more about the so-called Blue Waves Continent from Ching Chun. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In an unfamiliar place, it was always necessary to learn more about it first, then plan better. Ching Chun was also happy to make friends with Chenzong, so except for some secrets that he couldn't say, he explained everything in detail, as if he was presenting Blue Waves Continent one by one to Chenzong. Chapter 643. Genius 1, Second, remember love, divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Unknowingly, 2 million words have passed. Unknowingly, a new volume, a new journey. Let's go. Billowing sea area, the most peripheral area. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu behind them was the land of billowing sea area, and in front of them was the endless blue sea. 3 figures stood on the abandoned pier, staring ahead. These 3 people were Ching Chun, the gray-robed old man, and Chenzong. Billowing sea area was adjacent to Dingtian region, separated by Tianmu Mountain. On the other side, it was close to Blue Wave Sea. Blue Wave Sea was the largest sea area in Blue Waves world, occupying 60% of the entire sea area. To go to Blue Waves Continent, one must cross Blue Wave Sea. Blue Wave Continent was undoubtedly a paradise for true martial artists. It was the holy land of martial arts that Chenzong yearned for. If there was anything on this island that he was worried about, it would be his father, his relatives, and the elder of Unhindered Sword Sect, Yuan Lingzi. Looking at the situation when he left at that time, his father and the others should be worry-free. At least, they could live for a few more decades. The most important thing was the elder, Yuan Lingzi, who was suffering from the erosion of baleful Yin power. Although he could survive for 10 years with the help of the 9th prince, Chenzong was also anxious to find solution. However, in Dingtian region, he didn't find a suitable solution, nor did he hear the name of Dan King. Presumably, Dan King wasn't here. Combined with what Ching Chun said, perhaps Dan King had already gone to Blue Waves Continent. The plan now was to go to Blue Waves Continent. It was a wider world with richer resources. He believed that he could find a solution there. At that time, he could return to Longta region. Elder Song, let's go. Ching Chun said. Okay. Elder Song replied with a smile. With a flip of his hand, an incomparably exquisite model of a small boat appeared in his palm. Chenzong's pupils contracted. He could see that the small boat model was not taken out from a mustard seed bag. There was no mustard seed bag on Elder Song's waist, so it must be a void ring. This is the Black Shark Spirit ship. Ching Chun explained to Chenzong with a smile. He let go of his hand and raised it. The model of the small boat in his hand flew into the air and fell into the sea, growing larger with the wind. The black light expanded and then retracted. The small boat model had turned into a 10-meter-long ship. It looked like a black shark that had hollowed out its back. Brother Chun, please, Ching Chun said with a smile. Then, he leaped up and landed lightly on the black shark. Elder Song didn't make any movements. His figure flashed and appeared on the black shark as well. Then, Chenzong lightly touched the broken planks of the abandoned dock and landed on the ship as if he was riding the wind. When the 3 of them landed, the black shark was still stable and did not sink at all. Under Elder Song's control, the black shark started up and slowly accelerated. After traveling over 1,000 meters, it was as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. Its speed was still increasing. From here, with the speed of Black Shark's ship, if there is no accident, it will take roughly 5 months to reach Blue Waves Continent. Ching Chun said with a smile, but if we encounter some special circumstances, the time might not necessarily be the same. Chunzong nodded. The so-called special circumstances, such as a storm on the sea. If they encountered a storm on the sea, it would either take longer or shorter time, or they would encounter danger. However, a few months of time would give Chunzong an excellent opportunity to cultivate. The Black Shark ship was 10 meters long and had a small two-story building for resting. However, for Chunzong and the other two, they didn't need to enter the small building under normal circumstances. They could just stay on the deck. Elder Song sat at the tail of the Black Shark ship and controlled it to travel at its fastest speed. This Black Shark ship was a low-grade spirit artifact, but its speed was several times faster than most ninth-layer Mortal Realm martial artists. Even with this speed, it would still take about 5 months to reach Blue Waves continent. This was enough to show how far the distance from Billowing Sea region to Blue Waves continent was. If they were traveling at the speed of a pseudo-transcendent, it would take at least 10 years to reach Blue Waves continent. Without saying anything, Chunzong and Qing Chun sat cross-legged on the deck and prepared to cultivate. As he absorbed the surrounding world energy, the flame-like blue lines on Qing Chen's forehead seemed to glow, just like Chunzong's. Qing Chun was now also a pseudo-transcendent, and the two had already sparred several times. Qing Chen's combat strength was not inferior to Mu Tianfeng's in the slightest. Chunzong even felt that Qing Chun was stronger than Mu Tianfeng. He didn't have much confidence in defeating Qing Chun. Love, go, Xiao, say, W, chew the blue waves, sea was incomparably vast. At first glance, one simply couldn't see the end of it. One could only see a boundless, deep blue sea. At this moment, the Blue Waves sea was calm and tranquil. The Black Shark was unimpeded as it streaked across the sea, leaving behind a faint white trail that extended for several hundred meters. The Black Shark ship's speed was unparalleled, and the scenery on its left and right flashed by rapidly. Even with Chunzong's amazing eyesight, he could only see 2 colorful streaks of light passing by. After looking at them for a long time, he even felt dizzy. Closing his eyes, everything in front of him disappeared, and the world seemed to fall silent. Breathing in and out became slow and long, and the beating of his heart also slowed. All distracting thoughts were eliminated, and his mind was clear. Then, Chunzong woke up. It was a very strange feeling, as if he was in control of everything around him. Opening his Heaven Peak and Earth Abyss acupoints, he drew a trace of world energy into his body, then sealed the 2 acupoints to prevent too much world energy from entering his body and damaging it. After that trace of violent world energy entered his body, it went on a rampage, but Chunzong had long since become accustomed to it. He quickly subdued it, refined it, and absorbed it to strengthen his pseudo-spirit qi and improve his cultivation. Chunzong's cultivation was different from ordinary pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators, because most pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators broke through to the peak of the 9th true martial realm, and their pseudo-spirit qi naturally followed the 9 true veins. However, Chunzong had reached the 10th true martial realm, and his true veins were his own. The great perfection stage of the foundation of the martial way allowed Chunzong's strength to be even more perfect. His true power was more than 10 times more vigorous than others. After breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, true qi transformed into pseudo-spirit qi, and its quality was improved. Its quantity was no longer limited and could finally fill the whole body, which was 10 times more than other pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators. The more vigorous the power, the more shocking the combat ability. Of course, it also meant that one had to accumulate true qi to the limit, which would take more time and energy. Not long after, Chunzong familiarly refined the trace of world energy he had absorbed and then rested. With the improvement of his cultivation, his body was also constantly nourished by the pseudo-spirit qi. Although his strength did not increase, he was more adapted to the world energy. Therefore, every day, Chunzong could now absorb the world energy into his body 4 times, twice as much as before. After a short rest, Chunzong stood up on the deck, pulled out the heavenly sun sword, and faced the blue wave sea. Sword out. Under Chun Zong's repeated comprehensions and improvements, Point Star Secret Sword had reached its peak. The next step was to integrate other minor true meanings into it. Chun Zong's idea was to integrate the true meaning of sword speed into it, increasing the speed of Point Star Secret Sword. As its speed soared, its power would also become more tyrannical. In addition to improving Point Star Secret Sword, Chun Zong also used the true meaning of sword speed as the foundation to create a low-grade pseudo-Lingwu move, which could better display the power of the true meaning of sword speed. Chun Zong named that move Aurora Sword Style. Aurora Sword Style meant that the sword was as swift as the aurora. However, the current Aurora Sword Style was still in its infancy and was not perfect. It could only increase the speed of the sword by 70%. According to Chun Zong's idea, the complete Aurora Sword Style should increase the speed of the sword by twofold. Chun Zong's original sword speed was already extremely fast. If it was doubled, it would undoubtedly be very astonishing. With a move of his arm, the Heavenly Sun's sword pierced through the air. The incomparably sharp sword tip pierced through the air, and the sword body turned into a dazzling stream of light. Elder Song casually watched while steering the black shark. With his realm and eyesight, he could easily see the profoundness of Chun Zong's swordsmanship. It was precisely because of this that he was surprised. Chun Zong's talent, even if placed in the Blue Waves continent, where geniuses came forth in large numbers, was at the top level. He really didn't know what kind of storm Chun Zong would bring after he stepped into the Blue Waves continent. Shortly after, Elder Song shook his head. Perhaps Chun Zong's talent was indeed very good, comparable to the current young master, and could also be ranked at the top level in the Blue Waves continent. However, there were even more astonishing, monstrous geniuses above him. They were the protagonists of this side of the world, the existences that stirred up the winds and clouds. As for the young master, with the awakening of his bloodline, his talent would also continuously increase. In the future, his achievements would far surpass Chun Zong's, unless Chun Zong could obtain some heaven-defying opportunity. But in any case, Chun Zong's talent was very good. If he entered the Blue Waves continent, his achievements in the future would definitely be even higher. It cannot be said that his name would shake the world, but it could also shake a region. Chun Zong didn't know the inner thoughts of Elder Song. He was concentrating on practicing his swordsmanship. Every time he made a move, he would use the sword speed true intent. After he made a move, he would withdraw his sword and think about how to make a better move to maximize the power of the sword speed true intent. No matter what kind of martial arts it was the application of one's own strength. The more advanced the martial arts, the more thorough the application of one's own strength. The true intent was a kind of strength that belonged to one's own body, but it was more elusive, invisible, and even more difficult to use. Without enough talent, it was difficult to comprehend the minor true intent. Even if one was lucky enough to comprehend it, it would be difficult to use it to the fullest. Qing Chen also finished his practice. Seeing Chun Zong practicing his swordsmanship, he didn't disturb him and continued to practice. Qing Chen's practice was to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen his pseudo-spiritual power and increase his cultivation. The most important thing was to cultivate the power of his bloodline. It could be said that the power of his bloodline was Qing Chen's biggest reliance. With the awakening of his bloodline, his talent would also increase, and his cultivation would also break through. As long as my bloodline awakens for the 4th time, I will be able to become an extraordinary. Qing Chen secretly said. The mystery of his bloodline was that if he could awaken it 9 times, he would be able to become an emperor. The so-called emperor was not the emperor of a dynasty, but the martial emperor. It was the peerless super-expert of the profound sky realm. However, in the current Qing family, there was no one who had awakened their bloodline 9 times. They were no longer as famous as they were in the past. Even so, I will do my best to awaken my bloodline 9 times and become an emperor. I will stand at the top of the continent. Qing Chen secretly said. His eyes emitted an incomparably shocking light. Chapter 644. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The blue waves sea was calm and tranquil. The blazing sun shone on the surface of the sea, covering it with a layer of radiance. The black shark temporarily stopped to rest for a moment. The sound of water splashing could be heard clearly. Along with the splashing of water, a figure rushed out of the sea and leaped several meters into the air. Its glossy scales flickered with multicolored radiance under the sunlight. At the same time, a beam of sword light pierced through the air. Then a sharp sound resounded. After piercing through the fish that leaped out of the sea fell on the deck of the black shark. In order to preserve the taste of the meat, this sword only pierced through the fish's body. The sword chi contained in the sword was restrained, so it didn't cause a second damage to the fish's body. Therefore, that fish relied on its tenacious vitality to jump and struggle on the deck. Brother Chin's sword is even faster. Chin looked at that fish that was still jumping and said with a smile. Chinzong faintly smiled and attacked again. The sword light flashed and instantly split into countless sword lights. Because that fish was struggling and jumping, it was drawn into the sword light. Its scales were instantly scraped clean. Even the fish's stomach was cut open. The intestines and other things inside were also cleaned out. Then, the sword light rolled and sent it into the sea. This fish was more than 1 meter long and very plump. Chunzong's sword had scraped off the fish's scales and cut open its stomach, but he didn't damage the other parts of the fish's meat. He displayed astonishing control. After sprinkling special seasonings on the grilled fish, the fragrance of the meat overflowed, making people salivate. Soon, a fish weighing several dozen jin entered the stomach of the 3 people. After eating their fill, they took a short rest and discussed their cultivation experience. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, the black shark had already been sailing on the blue wave sea for a month. During this month, Chunzong obtained excellent cultivation time. Because of this, his cultivation also advanced by leaps and bounds. Every time Chunzong absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he discovered that compared to the spiritual energy of ascending heaven region, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be a bit purer. This was more helpful to the advancement of his cultivation. As his cultivation base increased, his body was nourished by more and more pure pseudo-spiritual energy, allowing him to adapt better. From absorbing spiritual energy 4 times a day, he could now absorb spiritual energy 6 times a day. Now, Chunzong had also passed the stage of rapid progress and entered the stage of steady and slow improvement. In terms of the cultivation of pseudo-spiritual power, he was at the early stage of the 9-star level. In terms of strength, if he only used pseudo-spiritual power to fight, he would be able to reach the mid-9-star level. He might even be able to fight against some late 9-star level cultivators. If he used the Sword of Nothingness, he would be able to defeat and kill opponents like Mu Tianfeng with a single strike. Unfortunately, Chunzong was unable to properly test the extent of his battle prowess in the blue wave sea and in the midst of his journey. In the distance, the huge sound of water whistling could be heard. White waves rolled up to a height of tens of meters and rushed towards the black shark as if they were going to smash it. However, these waves that could kill real martial realm cultivators had no effect on the black shark and were directly pierced through. When the black shark passed through the huge waves, Chunzong's face was filled with shock. On the other hand, Qing Chun and Old Song's expressions did not change much. It was likely that this was not the first time they had seen such a scene. A few thousand meters ahead, a huge figure slowly emerged from the bottom of the sea. The figure was pitch black like a mountain. Countless waves were repelled by the appearance of the huge figure, surging in all directions. A whale. This was a huge whale. Judging from the outline of the whale that emerged from the sea, this whale was at least hundreds of meters long. This is the cub of a king whale, Qing Chun said. A cub. Chunzong was even more surprised. A cub was hundreds of meters long. What if it was an adult king whale? Once an adult king whale reaches adulthood, its body will be thousands of meters long, and its battle prowess is amazing. It is not inferior to the ninth tier of the extreme human realm. However, a king whale is gentle. Generally, as long as you don't take the initiative to attack it, it will not casually attack others. Ching Chun explained, but if you see a king whale eating, you should stay away from it. Otherwise, you will be sucked into its stomach and become its food. After saying that, the king whale cub suddenly opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force directly covered a radius of several thousand meters in front of it. A large amount of seawater flowed backwards, and the open mouth was like a black hole, swallowing everything. Countless fish and shrimps in the tens of thousands of tons of seawater all flowed in and became the king whale cub's food. A large amount of seawater gushed out from the hole in its head, rushing hundreds of meters high and then sprinkling down. It was like a huge water umbrella, very spectacular. The black shark was also in the range of the king whale cub suction, but it was not affected at all. It braved the wind and waves and sailed away. Soon, the king whale cub was left behind. The king ambergris in the king whale's body is also a very valuable spice. It is made into a unique incense by mixing it with various other strange things. When you burn it during cultivation, it can have the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the spirit. It can also imperceptibly strengthen the spiritual power. Ching Chun smiled and said, "Therefore, there are always people who enter the blue waves sea to hunt king whales. But generally, they only hunt the adult king whales. Only the adult king whales have enough ambergris in their body." Shenzong heard this and nodded. Everything in the world had its own uniqueness. Humans had always claimed to be the leader of all creatures. They killed and robbed other creatures in the world in order to survive and to cultivate. Thinking of this, Shenzong could not help but sigh. It was not that he bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, because warriors robbed the creatures in the world, but in fact they were robbed as well. Everything was in a cycle after all. However, Chunzong's understanding of everything in the world was still at a superficial level. He did not think deeply about it. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. There was seawater all around. Chunzong's cultivation was still at the early 9-star level. After all, after passing the period of rapid progress, it was not so easy to increase one's cultivation. It required time and effort. However, Chunzong felt that perhaps in another month, his cultivation would be able to increase to the intermediate 9-star level. Mu Qianfeng's talent was also quite amazing, but in 3 years, his cultivation had only increased from the early 9-star level to the peak of the 9-star level. If it was someone with less talent, it would probably take twice, or even 3 times the time. However, in this 1 month, Chunzong did not waste his time. Not only did he see a few kinds of giant beasts in the sea, but he also comprehended a new minor true meaning. The true meaning of sword force. The true meaning of sword was a complete true meaning. It was divided into 5 minor true meanings. The true meaning of sword force, true meaning of sword speed, true meaning of sword edge, true meaning of sword sharpness, and true meaning of sword momentum. Now, Chunzong had already grasped all 4 minor true intents of the true intent of sword. After comprehending the final sword force, Chunzong would be able to combine the 5 minor true meanings into the true meaning of sword force and step into the transcendent realm. From then on, he would be able to stand above the vast majority of cultivators. Chunzong being able to comprehend the minor true meaning of sword force so quickly was also thanks to what he had obtained from the fleeting sword wall, which had left a deep impression on him. As for the true meaning of water, he had only comprehended the true meaning of water. As for the other 3, he had no clue, let alone the other minor true meanings. On the deck of the Black Shark, Chunzong wielded the Heavenly Sun sword as he slashed out again and again. Every slash contained the true meaning of sword force. Although it looked like an ordinary slash, it contained extremely astonishing power. It was as if it could split apart everything in front of it, and nothing could stop it. So far, Chunzong had improved his Point Star secret sword art to the extreme and perfected his Aurora sword style. He had also mastered 2 genuine low-rank pseudo-Ling Wu sword arts. Now, he needed to familiarize himself with the true meaning of sword force. After all, he had only just comprehended the true meaning of sword force and had not yet fully mastered it. The power of the sword is good at stabbing, so its sharpness can be displayed to the fullest. A stabbing sword speed is unparalleled, so a stabbing sword sharpness and speed must be combined. A sword's sharpness must be peerless, and when combined with strength, it can cut through all things in the world. Sword force, sword slash, slash after slash. Chunzong continuously slashed out, each slash leaving a sword mark in the air that only dissipated after a few breaths. The whistling sound of the wind rang out as the power of each slash seemed to increase. Slash, slash, slash. Suddenly, Chunzong paused for a moment, and after a pause of 10 breaths, he slashed out again. This slash was not fast because Chunzong did not use much of his physical strength, nor did he activate his pseudo-spiritual power. As for the void sword force, he did not use it at all. He only used a little of his physical strength to wield the sword, and integrated all the true meaning of sword force. Relying on the true meaning of sword force, the slash split the air under the sword, leaving a deep sword mark. The terrifying sword pressure was like an invisible crescent moon that broke through the air, reaching more than 10 meters away. Has Chunzong completely mastered the true meaning of sword force? Qing Chun had just finished his cultivation. When he opened his eyes and saw this scene, he asked with a smile. Chunzong nodded his head. The Black Shark ship was not big, so the two basically stayed in the front half of the ship to cultivate. Therefore, both of them knew a little about the progress of their cultivation. Of course, they did not know the true extent of their strength unless they fought with all their strength. I really don't know how strong Brother Chun will be when we step into the Blue Waves continent. Qing Chun smiled again and said with a somewhat emotional tone, "Perhaps soon, Brother Chun will be able to obtain the title of Invincible Grandmaster." Invincible Grandmaster was a title for Grandmaster-level masters on the Blue Waves continent. The so-called Invincible Grandmaster referred to a powerful master who had surpassed the limit of 9 stars and was invincible under the Transcendent Realm. Only by defeating all other Grandmasters could one bear the title of Invincible Grandmaster. It was a supreme honor. If one was crowned with the title of Invincible Grandmaster, one's reputation would be even greater than that of a Transcendent Realm Master. Of course, if one was defeated, he would not be called invincible. Invincible Grandmaster? Chunzong smiled slightly. Naturally, he wanted to challenge it. It was not only a kind of prestige, but also a kind of challenge and tempering oneself. However, it was not so easy to become an Invincible Grandmaster. But if it was easy, the title of Invincible would be too cheap, and there would be no challenge at all. In fact, in Qing Chen's heart, it was not that he did not want to challenge the path of Invincible Grandmaster. In the Blue Waves continent, any outstanding genius master-level expert, which one of them didn't want to achieve the title of unrivaled master, merely among the same generation, often only one person could achieve this, stepping on countless genius masters to reach the position. Chapter 645. Geniuses Remember Love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Top up, top up, top up. The blue waves were vast and boundless, unable to cover up their elegance. It was unknown how many years had passed. The Black Shark stopped once again. On the deck, in a small space, 2 figures crossed each other and exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant, vividly displaying the subtleties of their martial arts. That was fun. Qing Chen stopped and smiled. Brother Chen's bloodline power is not far from the 4th awakening. Chunzong sheathed his sword and smiled. After a few months together, the two of them had a deeper understanding of each other. Chunzong also had a better understanding of the so-called bloodline power. The bloodline power was divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. Above them were king, emperor, and emperor. The difference between each grade was obvious. Qing Chen's bloodline was emperor bloodline. The difference between the upper, middle, and lower levels of bloodline did exist. It was very obvious, but it wasn't that big. Only at the king level would the difference become very obvious. At the emperor level, it was even more obvious. At the emperor level, it was even more shocking. Chunzong also asked Qing Chun what the bloodline grades were. This was not a secret, So Qin Chun explained to Qinzong. When a warrior cultivated to a certain level and understood some principles of the world, and obtained some special treasures by chance, he would be able to imprint some of his own knowledge into his bloodline, so that he could pass it down. However, with each passing generation, the bloodline power would become thinner and thinner. Occasionally, there would be one or two people with a high concentration of bloodline power, such as Qin Chun and his family. The days on the Black Shark were undoubtedly monotonous. They were just cultivating and comprehending. Occasionally, they would exchange blows in a small area on the deck. They did not use their full strength. It could be said that they were just fighting with moves and techniques. Since Elder Song jumped on the Black Shark, he had been controlling the ship. Except for a short rest, he did not move at all. It was as if he and the Black Shark had become one. Every time Qinzong and Qin Chun sparred, Elder Song always watched with a smile on his face and didn't say anything. "Brother Chun, watch this move of mine," Qin Chun suddenly said. His hand formed a claw and reached out, but it was not toward Qinzong. Instead, it was toward the outside of the Black Shark. There was an invisible barrier around the Black Shark that could block the power of a transcendent, but it had no effect on those below the transcendent realm. A claw that was shining with green light silently broke into the water. In the blink of an eye, it grabbed a black eel that was 3 meters long. This was today's delicacy. It didn't take long for the eel to become food for the three of them. Elder Song once again piloted the Black Shark to continue sailing. "Brother Chun, we'll arrive at Blue Waves continent in about a month," Qin Chun said to Qinzong with a smile. "I wonder what arrangements you'll make at that time?" Qinzong had some understanding of Blue Waves continent from Qin Chun, so along the way, in addition to cultivating and comprehending, he had also been thinking about where he should go after stepping into Blue Waves continent. Although there were many ideas, Qinzong knew that without truly entering Blue Waves continent, all his plans would seem unrealistic because many times plans could not keep up with changes. Of course, that didn't mean that plans were useless, but they had to be based on the actual situation. If Brother Chun doesn't know what to do for the time being, it will be better to come with me to the Qing family first, Qin Chun said with a smile. This could be considered as soliciting Qinzong. There was no doubt about Qinzong's talent. Compared to the current Qin Chun, he was not the slightest bit inferior, and even slightly superior. Of course, if Qin Chen's bloodline awakened for the 4th time, he should be able to surpass Qinzong. But one had to know that Qin Chen's bloodline was a high-rank bloodline. Currently, in the entire Qing family, only Qin Chen's bloodline had reached high rank. According to Qin Chen's judgment, Qinzong's talent was at least not inferior to those who had awakened middle-rank bloodline in the Qing family, and might even be a little bit superior. With such talent, if Qin Chun was recruited and groomed, he would certainly become Qin Chen's left and right arms. But there was another point. Qin Chun had always regarded Qinzong as a friend, so even if he wanted to recruit him, he wouldn't force him. Rather, he would let Qinzong make his own choice. Qinzong was a smart person, and he would definitely understand the meaning of Qin Chen's words. Qinzong naturally understood, and when he was about to reply, suddenly, the complexion of Elder Song greatly changed. His eyes emitted a terrifying light, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. "Little friend, young master, quickly enter the building," Elder Song said in a hurried tone, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Qinzong and Qin Chun were startled, but shortly after, they quickly entered the 2-story building of the Black Shark. There was a layer of protection around the Black Shark and another layer of protection around the building, so it would be safer to enter. Just as Qinzong and Qin Chun entered the building of the Black Shark, an extremely sharp roar seemed to come from the distant horizon, piercing through the clouds and approaching as if it was tearing the 9 heavens apart. The sound was terrifying, and it shook the heavens and the earth. The sound came in waves, and it was as if it was pouring into one's brain through one's ears, or drilling into one's body through one's pores, and then directly into one's brain. Qinzong and Qin Chun felt their scalps go numb for no reason, and they felt dizzy. They felt as if the terrifying roar reverberated in their minds, and they almost fainted from the shock. It was a feeling they had never felt before. Zong and Chun gathered their spirit and tried their best to resist this terrifying aura. Through the windows of the black shark's floor, Zong and Chun looked outside and saw a scene that made them extremely shocked. Huge waves rose to a height of 100 meters, and they emitted a layer of hazy silver halo. It was vast and mighty, and it carried an unstoppable, terrifying force as it smashed towards the black shark. It was as if a mountain had crashed into the black shark. The invisible protective force around the black shark was fiercely attacked, and it issued a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache. The protective force of the black shark was strong enough to withstand the attack of a ninth extreme mortal realm expert, but at this moment, it issued such a creaking sound. It was enough to show how terrifying the power of the huge waves was, and that it had reached the ninth extreme mortal realm. Most importantly, there wasn't only one huge wave. Instead, it came in waves, one after another, bombarding them in an endless stream. The terrifying momentum and the bombardment of the huge waves made Zong and Chun petrified. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It had already been 4 months since they set out to sea, and the journey had been calm, without encountering any natural disasters. Zong didn't care at all, and he thought that after another month, he would be able to safely arrive at the Blue Waves continent and step onto a new path of cultivation. Who would have thought that the heavens wouldn't grant their wishes, and they actually encountered such a disaster? It was completely certain that if it wasn't for the protective force of the black shark, Zong and Chun would have been smashed into pieces by that terrifying huge wave in an instant. Vaguely, Zong's hearing, which was better than Chun's, seemed to have heard a rumbling sound. That wasn't the sound of huge waves crashing into the sky, but rather the sound of some kind of powerful collision. Under Elder Song's full control, the black shark withstood the bombardment of the huge waves, but they didn't dare to directly charge forward. The consequence of doing so was very likely that the protective force would be shattered, and the people on the black shark would be affected. With Elder Song's cultivation, he naturally could survive, but it was hard to say for Zong and Chun. The black shark rushed in from the side, trying to get rid of the bombardment of the huge waves. Zong and Chun were indescribably nervous. Their hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and sweat seeped out from their foreheads. At the same time, they felt powerless in their hearts. It was really too terrifying. Even if the two of them were top geniuses, even if the two of them had amazing strength among the grandmasters, they seemed so insignificant in the face of such a natural disaster, like ants. A sense of powerlessness spread throughout their bodies, but there was nothing they could do. This feeling was simply maddening. But now, they could only hope that Elder Song could drive the black shark out of the range of the huge waves. Otherwise, no one knew how many times the protective force of the black shark could withstand the impact of the huge waves. The cracking sound was very faint, but Zong and Chun heard it. They heard it under the interference of the huge waves. Immediately, their faces changed greatly, and their hearts beat wildly. The protective force of the black shark couldn't withstand it all the time. It was shattered by the terrifying waves, wave after wave. The astonishing waves rushed directly to the floor, and a part of them rushed toward Elder Song. Elder Song's body exuded a burst of light. It was his protective spirit Qi, which firmly protected him, not being affected by the huge waves. Elder Song wasn't a simple transcendent. He was an Earth Spirit Realm Master. This kind of huge wave, which was enough to threaten an extreme human realm master, couldn't hurt Elder Song. Even so, the power of the huge waves was tyrannical, and wave after wave came endlessly. Elder Song had to take it seriously. However, the protective force outside the black shark wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They had to escape as soon as possible. Elder Song's face was solemn. He never imagined that they would encounter such a disaster when approaching the Blue Waves continent. Rumbling sounds kept coming, and a terrifying aura surged, creating huge waves of 100 meters high. Immediately, the surroundings suddenly became dim, as if night had fallen. A bright sword light streaked across the sky, splitting the huge waves and splitting the darkness. It was incomparably dazzling. The sword light was invincible, as if it could split the blue waves sea in half. It's not a natural disaster. It's a battle between masters. Elder Song roared in his heart. He was horrified. He never imagined that it would be such a man-made disaster. If it was a natural disaster, it wouldn't be too strong in the sea near the Blue Waves continent. This level of disaster was already rare. With his own ability, he could bring the black shark out of the range of the huge waves, but if it was a man-made disaster, then it might not be so. For example, Elder Song knew that he couldn't resist the sword light in front of him at all. He used all his strength to steer the black shark, dodging as much as possible, but the bright sword light was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night. The black shark only managed to avoid it slightly, but it brushed past it. The protective force of the floor directly collapsed, and the astonishing shock wave directly tore the floor to pieces. It also cracked half of the black shark and split the sea, leaving behind a sword mark that was tens of thousands of meters long. Fortunately, Elder Song acted in time and shattered the rest of the shock wave. Otherwise, it was unknown whether Qinzong and Qing Chun could survive. Wrapping Qinzong and Qing Chun, Elder Song plunged into the sea. Tyrannical spirit Qi gushed out, bringing the two of them out at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 646. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The saber light was shocking. A halberd shadow swept across the sky. An astonishing momentum surged through the 9 heavens. The terrifying aftermath of the collision set off gales and huge waves in the blue wave sea below. The impact spread in all directions, covering a radius of several tens of thousands of meters. It was vast and mighty, as if the end of the world had arrived, destroying everything. The massive wave contained the residual power of the saber light and halberd shadow, and it became even more terrifying. It was enough to severely injure or even kill an extreme mortal. All of the fish and shrimp within 100,000 square meters were wiped out, turning into countless corpses that were then torn apart by the terrifying power. In the distance, some people raised their heads and stared at the two figures in the sky. Because it was too far away, it was difficult to see clearly. They could only vaguely see two blurry rays of light constantly colliding. Every time they collided, a terrifying tsunami would be set off. Soon after, a beam of light lit up. It was overbearing and cold, and the sky darkened as if night had fallen. Then, the extremely powerful blade light slashed out, as if it was splitting the darkness and tearing the sky apart. It slashed toward another figure with unparalleled terror. The saber light shattered, turning into countless smaller saber lights that slashed toward the surface of the sea. They pushed forward in all directions, extending for tens of thousands of meters. The other figure also seemed to have been heavily injured. He fell into the sea like a meteor and disappeared. After everything calmed down, the figure in the sky also disappeared, rolling, 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 rolling continuously. Endless power squeezed in from all directions, as if it wanted to crush his body. Every collision would break his bones. Indescribable pain and all kinds of strange feelings spread throughout his body. In the endless tumbling, Chunzong's consciousness gradually fell into darkness, and he eventually fell into oblivion. On the surface of the sea that had returned to its calm state, the deep blue water sparkled under the sunlight. It looked refreshing and beautiful. It was hard to imagine that not too long ago, a man-made tsunami had wreaked havoc. With the power to destroy everything, it had annihilated most of the creatures within 100,000 meters. On a broken wooden board that was nearly 2 meters long, there were 2 people standing, one in front and one behind. Elder Song, Brother Chun should still be alive. Loved, go little say, could the person standing in front of the broken plank was Qing Chun. Other than his face being a little pale, there was nothing strange about him. However, when he spoke, there was unwillingness and worry in his voice. Heaven helps the worthy. Elder Song seemed to be in a better state. After all, he was an Earth Spirit Realm practitioner and could still withstand the natural and man-made calamities that could destroy the extreme mortal realm. At that time, the black shark was damaged by the saber light. Elder Song grabbed Qing Chun and Qinzong and brought them to the bottom of the sea, intending to escape the range of the tsunami. However, God's plan was not as good as man's plan. Huge waves were surging on the surface of the sea, and terrifying saber light was raging. Elder Song could still protect Qinzong and Qing Chun from the huge waves with all his strength. However, he was not confident that he could withstand the saber light. The undercurrent at the bottom of the sea was also very shocking. In short, Elder Song's priority was to protect Qing Chun in such a dangerous situation. Even if he died, Qing Chun could not die. Elder Song's protection of Qinzong was a little weaker. A blade light broke through the water and came to kill. Elder Song had no choice but to give up on Qinzong and protect Qing Chun with all his strength. Naturally, Qinzong was swept away by the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. With the terrifying undercurrent, Qinzong's body would most likely be torn to shreds. There was only a small possibility that he would survive. Moreover, he might encounter the saber light that broke through the water and so on. He might also encounter sea beasts and so on. Therefore, the possibility of Qinzong surviving was very, very, very low. Qing Chun understood, and so did Elder Song. Qing Chun felt somewhat guilty because he was the one who invited Qinzong to Blue Wave's continent. If he did not come, Qinzong would be safe and sound now. Although the cultivation environment of Blue Wave's continent was better and one could become stronger if one died, there would be nothing left. It did not matter where one was. Young master, Qinzong is not an ordinary person. He has great ambitions and pursuits. Otherwise, he would not have crossed the sea to Blue Wave's continent together. Elder Song sighed softly and said, "Moreover, I see that Qinzong is quite lucky. He is not someone who will die young. We will definitely meet again in the future." Although Elder Song said so, in fact, he was not sure whether Qinzong could survive or not. The possibility was too low. However, he could only say so to comfort Qing Chun. Loved go little say W. Chu Qing Chun nodded and did not answer. He stared ahead and was somewhat at a loss. He opened his eyelids with difficulty. It felt as if they weighed 10,000 pounds and were glued together by a strong glue. It took a Herculean effort to open his eyelids. The strong light illuminated his eyes, making him unable to see anything. Moreover, there was a kind of sour and tingling feeling, as if an invisible needle had pierced his eyeballs. He had no choice but to close them again. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes again. He accepted the outside light little by little and slowly adapted to it. Qinzong finally woke up. His whole body was weak, and his mind was a little confused. Before he lost consciousness, he saw an extremely terrifying saber light slashing at him in the water. Although he avoided it, he was swept away by an undercurrent and away from Qing Chun and Elder Song. Then, his consciousness fell into darkness. "Fortunately, I'm still alive." Qinzong couldn't help but speak out, and then he was shocked by his own voice. It was hoarse and dry, as if he hadn't drunk water for a long time and had been exposed to the sun for a long time. With just a slight movement, waves of tearing pain came from his entire body, causing Qinzong's brows to unconsciously knit together tightly as he gasped. His injuries were very serious. Even the 1,000-year tree heart and his extraordinary self-healing ability could not heal him while he was unconscious. But how long had he been unconscious? Lying quietly and motionlessly, he felt the power of the Millennium Tree Heart turn into a clear stream, slowly nourishing his whole body, alleviating his pain and healing his injuries. In the past, when he was injured, Qinzong could often recover in a short time with his self-healing ability and the vigorous vitality of the Millennium Tree Heart. But this time, the injury was really serious. It could be said that all his bones and tendons were broken, and even his internal organs were broken. His whole body seemed to have turned into a pile of raw meat. If it were not for Qinzong's strong spiritual will, strong vitality, and the Millennium Tree Heart in his body, he would have died long ago. It was this kind of terrible injury that Qinzong could not recover in a short time. When he opened his eyes, he could see the blue sky. It was so pure and flawless, like a huge, flawless sapphire. It was so deep and lofty that Qinzong felt relaxed and happy. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, shining light and heat on the earth, and on Chunzong's body. The sun set and the moon rose. When the moon set, Chunzong's body finally recovered a lot under the combination of the Millennium Tree Heart and his strong self-healing ability. He was no longer a pile of rotten meat, but a human again. Another day passed, and Chunzong's injuries healed a lot. He finally regained the ability to move. The vitality of the Millennium Tree Heart has weakened. Chunzong could not help but frown. This feeling was very obvious. On second thought, Chunzong felt relieved. The thousand-year tree core was something he had obtained through a fortuitous encounter. It did indeed contain an astonishing amount of vitality, but the problem was that the vitality within the thousand-year tree core was not endless. Every time he healed Chunzong's injuries, it would constantly deplete his vitality. Without any replenishment, it would naturally run out over time. The injury this time was too serious. Chunzong had to rely on the majestic vitality of the Millennium Tree Heart to save his life. He also relied on the vitality of the Millennium Tree Heart to recover from his near-death injuries. Now that he was only slightly injured, it could be said that he had done a great service to Chunzong. Chunzong estimated that at this rate, when his injuries were healed, the vitality of the Millennium Tree Heart would be exhausted and completely disappear. He could not help but sigh. With the help of the Millennium Tree Heart, he had survived many crises. Thinking about it, after leaving the ascending heaven domain, the sky-reaching tower's power could not protect him. Now, the Millennium Tree Heart would exhaust its power and leave him. In the future, I can only rely on my own strength, Chunzong said to himself. He quickly glanced around and was surprised to find that he was on a small island. It was really a small island because he could see the sea at a glance. Chunzong started to walk around the island. It didn't take long for him to walk around the island. The island was irregular in shape, with a diameter of about 3,000 meters. There were dozens of green trees in the center of the island, and there were many rocks scattered around. The biggest ones were 7 or 8 meters tall. Other than the trees and Chunzong, there were no other living things on this island. But this was also normal. After all, the island was too small, and the trees had already grown here. Chunzong was an outsider. He was swept up by the undercurrent and finally washed up on this island along with the waves. Standing on the highest tree on the island, Chunzong looked into the distance. Relying on his extraordinary eyesight, he could only see the endless, deep blue sea. No matter which direction he looked in, it was the same. I don't know where I am, Chunzong said to himself. Soon after, he looked at the sun in the sky and its trajectory. From this, he judged the east-west direction and then the north-south direction. When he set out from the billowing sea area, he went directly to the west. That was the direction of the sunset, which was also the direction of the Blue Waves continent. In other words, if Chunzong wanted to continue to the Blue Waves continent, he only needed to go directly in the direction of the sunset. Now, the problem was, how far was the island from the Blue Waves continent? If it was not very far, then he could cut down trees and make a raft. If it was too far, then he might be able to break through. But if it was too far, and he did not have a suitable ship, then relying on the raft alone would be very dangerous. In case he encountered another natural disaster like before, he would most likely die. I should heal my injuries first, then wait for a period of time to see whether other ships pass by nearby. After talking to himself, Chunzong took out healing pills from the void ring and took them to speed up the healing of his injuries. As for the mustard seed bag on his waist, it had already been swept away by the undercurrent. Fortunately, the Sky Sun Sword and Earth Een Sword were still there. With the help of the pills, Chunzong's injuries healed faster. Subsequently, his strength also recovered. His stomach issued a rumbling sound. He was hungry. Inside the void ring, Chunzong did not prepare any food. It was all in the mustard seed bag, but the mustard seed bag was gone. Chunzong could only appear at the seaside and prepare to catch a fat fish for himself as a delicious meal. Chapter 647. Genius 1 Second Remember Love / Go / We provide you with wonderful novels to read. It's the end of the month. I guarantee you to vote quickly. You can't stop subscribing. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was high. The azure blue ocean was deep and boundless as far as the eye could see. When the wind was calm and the waves were calm, it possessed an indescribable tranquility and magnificence. Even though it possessed a peculiar charm that shook one's soul when a violent storm arrived, Chunzong didn't want to experience it a second time. On a wooden raft about 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, Chunzong stood quietly, using his own strength to push the raft forward. This feeling was quite wonderful. Controlling his own strength and extending it to a foreign object like the raft was different from extending it to the two swords. It required more vigorous strength and more precise control. Chunzong found that this exercise had a good effect on his control of his own strength, but it also accelerated the consumption of his strength. Fortunately, Chunzong's pseudo-spirit chi was extremely vigorous, and the nihility sword force he condensed was several times more vigorous, far surpassing that of a grandmaster in the same realm. Although he was able to support such a consumption, he still couldn't maintain it for as long as a transcendent realm master. The front end of the raft was thin and sharp, and in order to better cut through the water, it reduced the resistance and thus increased its speed. As the raft sailed at high speed, the blue water was split open, and it braved the wind and waves as it moved forward, causing countless waves to roll back. Chunzong rested and reorganized on that small island for 7 or 8 days. He also waited for 7 or 8 days, but unfortunately, he didn't see any ship within his line of sight. He basically didn't have much time to wait. So, Chunzong chose to cut down the big trees on the island and made them into a raft to sail towards Blue Wave's continent. Now, he had been sailing for several days, but he still hadn't seen the outline of the Blue Wave's continent. Chunzong also didn't know how far he was from the Blue Wave continent, so he could only continue sailing. Fortunately, his cultivation was still decent. Even if he didn't eat or drink for a period of time, it wouldn't be a problem. Even if he wanted to eat, he could directly catch fish from the sea. There was no need to worry about food at all. Now that my cultivation has reached the mid-9 star, I'm afraid I still need a few more months of cultivation to reach the late 9 star. Chunzong said to himself as he drove the raft forward at high speed. Now that he was driving the wooden raft, he was unable to divert his attention to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate. He had no choice but to rush to Blue Wave continent first and then make arrangements. A loud whistling sound came from afar. Chunzong turned around and saw a figure rushing towards him. It was a large ship riding the wind and breaking the waves. Its sailing speed was much faster than the wooden raft he was riding. Chunzong hurriedly steered the wooden raft to dodge to avoid being hit directly. Then, he tried to find a way to board the ship. Young Master, young Mistress Sue, there's someone ahead. On the deck of the big ship, a big man with a red headscarf trotted to the back of a young man and woman who were talking cheerfully and wittily. He bowed and reported, "Someone? Mingxi, let's go and see who is the unlucky guy." The young man, who was called Young Master, immediately said to the beautiful woman beside him. Su Mingxi nodded her head, and with a hint of interest, she walked to the front of the deck and saw Chunzong on the wooden raft several kilometers away. It seems he should be a person from a backward small island. He can only use this kind of rotten method to cross the sea. Su Mingxi opened her mouth and said with a smile. She seemed to be teasing him, but there was dense ridicule in her voice. Truly pitiful. The young master seemed to have a trace of pity on his face. Soon after, he revealed a pondering smile and said, "Mingxi, what do you think we should do? It would be better to directly crash into it." Su Mingxi's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness, and she said in a mischievous tone, "Good idea." The young master made a prompt decision and ordered, "Crash into it at full speed." Yes, the crew carried out the order pointlessly. The big ship was like a roaring giant beast. With astonishing power, it fiercely charged forward. The wind and waves swept over. Chunzong wholeheartedly steered the wooden raft and tried to dodge as much as possible. It was very dangerous. The terrible waves kept crashing into the wooden raft. Even if Chunzong tried his best, he could not completely avoid them. Rumble, 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 an astonishing momentum roared over and over again. Although it was not directly hit, the waves brought about by the high-speed passage of the large ship were astonishing. Under the continuous impact, the wooden raft, which was simply made of very ordinary wood, directly broke apart and scattered. Chunzong could only step on one of the broken pieces of wood and float up and down in the surging, turbid waves. The ship roared like a giant beast as it charged past him. Layers upon layers of waves threatened to smash Chunzong to pieces, but they were completely blocked by the protective power surrounding him. Compared to the previous waves, which seemed capable of destroying the world and even shattering the protective power of the black shark, this one was countless times weaker. It could not affect Chunzong in the slightest. Chunzong looked up and saw the figures of a man and a woman. They were looking down at him. "You're lucky that you didn't die from the crash." The young master seemed to be a little regretful. Soon after, he smiled ferociously and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He raised one hand, and a trace of fiery red light appeared in the palm of his hand. It spread out like a raging fire and slammed down fiercely. With a boom, like a volcanic eruption, a huge red flame spurted out and fiercely blasted toward Chunzong with terrifying power. This kind of power had reached the level of an early 9-star warrior. The speed of the ship was extremely fast. The moment the fiery light shot out, it had already brought the young man and woman far away. Chunzong waved his sword finger and destroyed the fiery light. He saw that the young man and woman were slightly surprised. "You're lucky. The next time we meet, it'll be the time of your death." From afar, a voice seemed to come along with the wind and reached Chunzong's ears. Chunzong stepped on the broken log and rose and fell along with the violent waves. His expression was as cold as the cold iron of the deep sea, and his eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. Did he know the young man and woman? Obviously not. But the other party did not hesitate to use the big ship to crash into him and then attack him. It was not because of grudges or benefits. It was purely disregard for human life. No matter what, the grudge was settled. The big ship was extremely fast and had already gone far away. Chunzong also felt the aura of an ultimate mortal stage fighter on the big ship. "The next time we meet, it will be the time for you to pay back," Chunzong said inwardly and turned his attention to the current situation. The wooden raft was already broken, and only the one under his feet was relatively long, nearly 1 meter. Unable to fly, Chunzong had no other choice but to use this broken log as a raft and continue forward. He only hoped that he was not too far away and that he would not encounter any other situation. Otherwise, even if Chunzong could use his movement skill, he would not be able to move far on this sea. Since leaving the billowing sea area, Chunzong had a kind of feeling. As he continued to move towards the blue waves continent, the heaven and earth spiritual chi seemed to become more and more pure and rich. Moreover, a kind of invisible binding force also became more and more obvious. The consequence of the increasing binding force was that the distance he could use his movement skill was shorter and his energy consumption was higher. From this, he could determine that he was constantly approaching the blue waves continent, but he was unable to determine the distance. On the deck of the big ship, Brother Shaoqi, just now that person seemed to be not weak. Su Mingxi said with a little worry, "Don't worry, Mingxi, just now I did not use my full strength. Moreover, even if his strength is not weak, it is useless. How can that kind of aboriginal from an unknown barren island be compared with us who have a bright future?" A trace of a smile hung on the corner of Chunzong's mouth. That was undoubtedly the outline of a continent. Combined with various other factors, Chunzong was already 70% sure that it was the outline of the blue waves continent. Finally, we're about to arrive. Chunzong couldn't help but sigh. After sailing continuously on the sea for a long time and enduring the danger of being destroyed at any time, they finally arrived. Chapter 648. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Divided by Go Divided by Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Blue Wave's continent was divided into 24 continents. According to Qing Chun, the size of the 24 continents varied, but even the smallest continent was twice as vast as Chaotian Island. Love Go Little Say W. Chu Chaotian Island was the place where Chunzong had left. It was an island formed by Longtu region, Dingtian region, and Billow Sea region. Such an island was very vast, but it couldn't be compared with the smallest continent of Blue Wave's continent. Chunzong was naturally very shocked after hearing this. A vast territory meant that there would be more resources and more living creatures, unless it was a barren land. The Blue Wave's continent was the center of the world, not a barren land. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was several times richer and purer than that of Chaotian Island. This meant that the cultivation environment on the Blue Wave's continent was several times better, and the resources for cultivation were many times richer. At the same time, it also meant that the number of warriors on the Blue Wave's continent was much higher, and the number of talented warriors on the Blue Wave continent was much higher. There were advantages and disadvantages. For Chunzong, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages because he was pursuing the peak of martial arts and sword arts. Only in a place with more resources and more fierce competition could he better stimulate his potential and make himself more powerful. Chunzong didn't go ashore from the dock. Instead, he went ashore in a dense forest by the sea. After a little tidying up, Chunzong passed through the forest and arrived on a wide road. Then he chose a direction and used his body movement to move forward. The spiritual energy here was at least 3 times richer than that of Chaotian Island, and the invisible binding force was at least twice as strong as that of Chaotian Island. In other words, if he used his body movement to move 1 kilometer on Chaotian Island, he could move at most 500 meters here. Moreover, the consumption of energy would also be a little higher. According to Brother Qing Chun, the continent I'm on now should be Linhai continent. Chunzong thought while hurrying on. Among the 24 continents of the Blue Wave's continent, Linhai continent wasn't the smallest. However, it was the second smallest. Unlike before, when he entered Dingtian domain in a hurry and knew nothing about it, he could only slowly learn about it. On the Black Shark ship, Chunzong learned more about Blue Wave's continent through Qingchen. For example, Blue Wave's continent had 24 continents, 2 holy lands, 8 great heavenly sects, and 5 emperor clans. These 15 forces were the peak forces of Blue Wave's continent. According to their rank, they were the peak forces of high-grade sect. Below these 15 forces, there were naturally many high-grade sects and forces that existed. After all, as long as there was a sky profound realm expert in a force, it could be regarded as a high-grade force. In a place like Chaotian Island, the number of sky profound realm experts was very limited. In a region, there were at most 2 or 3 sky profound realm experts, but in the Blue Wave's continent, the number of sky profound realm experts was 100-fold. The 15 top powers each occupied a continent, and the continents were named according to their respective top powers. Among the 15 top powers, there was no one named Linhai. In other words, Linhai continent wasn't directly controlled by the 15 top powers. There are 2 continents adjacent to Linhai continent. One of them also doesn't have a top power, and the other one is Taiyuan continent. It is a continent governed by Taiyuan heavenly sect. Brother Qing Chun came from Qing clan, one of the 5 emperor clans. He should have planned to recruit me and let me become a member of Qing clan. With regard to joining Qing clan, Chunzong didn't have any thoughts of resisting. Becoming a member of a big force meant that he could obtain more cultivation resources, better inheritances, and so on. This was undoubtedly better than being a loose cultivator. However, clan and sect were different in the end. Relatively speaking, Chunzong was more inclined to the latter. Joining a big force meant that he would obtain all kinds of benefits, but it also meant that he would have to bear the honor of that big force, and so on. In the final analysis, it was harvest and investment. But then again, even if he became a loose cultivator, he wouldn't be bound by the rules of the sect and didn't need to consider the honor and prestige of the sect. However, there were also drawbacks. That was, he had to put in more effort to find suitable cultivation resources, inheritances, and so on. The choice between the pros and cons was entirely up to the individual. But for the vast majority of people, being able to become a member of a big force was the best choice. No one would refuse. Becoming a loose cultivator was completely out of necessity. In this world, the truly powerful people were those big forces and the experts of those big forces. This was good, for example, making money. It was often easier for rich people to make money because they had the capital to invest in various kinds of investments and then obtain profits. People without money had to carefully plan their living expenses. They basically didn't have the qualifications to make money with money. If one could become rich, who would be willing to be poor? Becoming rich overnight and reaching the sky in a single bound, from ancient times until now, there were only very few examples. In the ascending heaven region, Chunzong had caused all kinds of trouble at the beginning, so it was naturally impossible for him to join a big force. But it was different when he came to the Blue Waves continent. Everything here was like a new beginning. No matter how he considered it, it was necessary to become a member of a top force. The closest one was the Taiyuan continent, which was also one of the 8 heavenly sects, the Taiyuan heavenly sect, Chunzong's first choice. 1.5 days later, Chunzong saw a huge city. Its scale was not inferior to that of Ascending Heaven City. It also had a sense of vicissitudes that Ascending Heaven City didn't have. Obviously, it was older than Ascending Heaven City. Stepping into the city, it was bustling with people coming and going. Chunzong also found that there were a lot of martial artists, and compared to Chaotian Island, they were generally younger and more advanced. There were many true martial realm martial artists, and quite a lot of pseudo-transcendent realm martial artists. As for Qi and blood realm martial artists, they were almost nowhere to be seen, and training realm martial artists were only a small part of them. They were all engaged in relatively low-paying jobs. For example, waiters in restaurants or waiters in blacksmiths, and so on. This surprised Chunzong. In the Eastern continent, Qi and training realm martial artists could be regarded as masters, enough to travel the world. In the Cloud Dragon Dynasty, Qi and training realm martial artists were also considered good. In the Longta territory and other places, Qi and training realm martial artists were not considered as mainstays, but they were still considered good in some small sects and forces. Here, however, there were only waiters, and many of them were peddlers. This showed that the level of martial arts on the Blue Waves continent was higher, and there were more martial artists, and the difficulty of cultivation was lower. Chunzong even saw true martial realm martial artists under the age of 20. Not only one, but many. It seemed that these martial artists, who could be called top geniuses on Chaotian Island, were just ordinary here. Chunzong first found a restaurant and ordered a table of delicious food and wine. While eating, he paid attention to the topics of conversation around him, choosing what was useful to him. The Taiyuan Heavenly Sect's disciple recruitment period has passed. This news made Chunzong frown. Obviously, it wasn't good news. The most direct way to enter a big sect was naturally to become a disciple of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect by relying on one's talent and ability during the Mountain Gate opening ceremony. It wasn't difficult. However, after the Mountain Gate opening ceremony, it meant that the number of disciples recruited was enough. If one wanted to enter a sect, they could only wait for the next Mountain Gate opening ceremony. However, it was said that the Mountain Gate opening ceremony would have a gap of 3 years. 3 years was too long, and Chunzong couldn't wait. Perhaps he could only go to other continents and other top forces, but he might not be able to join them. What a pity, if only it hadn't ended. Someone sighed. Even if it hadn't ended, you still wouldn't have a chance. Someone else joked. The Taiyuan Heavenly Sect was one of the top forces, so it was naturally very strict when it came to recruiting disciples. Not just anyone could join, otherwise it would become a mess and seriously reduce the level of the entire sect. The reason why big forces could stay strong for a long time was that they had enough resources and experts to keep watch. They were extremely attractive and would attract geniuses to join them. With more geniuses joining, their resources would naturally become more stable, and the number of experts would slowly increase. Only then would they be able to stay strong for a long time. To put it bluntly, big forces were extremely attractive to geniuses, and geniuses were also attractive to big forces. The two complemented each other. As far as I know, there are actually other ways to enter the Taiyuan heavenly sect. Someone suddenly said mysteriously. His voice was very low, but Qinzong's five senses were extremely sharp, so he still heard it. What ways? Tell me quickly. Vientiane Tower. As long as you can afford it, you can even enter the two holy lands. Really? Of course it's true. The person who spoke snorted twice. You know me. I've never lied. Then he paused and spoke again. Don't tell me you're planning to take this path. Let me tell you, it's absolutely impossible. If you want to take the path of Vientiane Tower, it's impossible without paying a huge price. Maybe those with noble backgrounds can do it, but at our level, we can only dream about it. That's true. Forget it. If I can't enter a big force, then I won't. I'm pretty good now. Only he himself knew whether he was good or not. If he could enter a big force, who wouldn't want to? Vientiane Tower. Qinzong's eyes flashed. He thought that one path was cut off, but he didn't expect another one to appear. After quickly finishing his meal and paying the bill, Qinzong left the restaurant. After asking around, he found out where Vientiane Tower was located. Vientiane Tower was very famous because it was an organization that specialized in selling all kinds of information. As for Vientiane Tower's method of letting people enter a big force and become a member, it was a secret that not many people knew about. Of course, Qinzong didn't know whether it was true or not. It could be a rumor, but he still had to try. What if it was true? As soon as he stepped into Vientiane Tower, a beautiful maid came over and bowed slightly. I heard that Vientiane Tower has a way to let people become a disciple of one of the 8 heavenly sects. Qinzong didn't beat around the bush. There was no need for that. It didn't suit his personality. The beautiful maid was shocked when she heard this. This was beyond her ability to handle. She quickly bowed to Qinzong and left to invite the manager. Please follow me. The manager was a middle-aged, beautiful woman with sharp eyes. It was as if she could see through Qinzong. Then, she spoke to Qinzong indifferently. Chapter 649. It's the last day of October. Six Paths is looking for more subscriptions. The blue sky and white clouds seemed to be within reach. It was a very big ship. It looked like it was made of wood, but it wasn't. It was a low-grade, spiritual artifact ship. It was brown in color, and other than its size, it didn't have any obvious features. It looked very ordinary. But in fact, it wasn't an ordinary ship, but an intercontinental flying ship. It was a carrier ship used to travel between Linhai Continent and Taiyuan Continent. It had a fixed route and specialized in transporting valuable goods and people. The air was like water. The Gale intercontinental airship sped past an extremely fast speed, splitting the air in front of it and creating countless air waves that crashed into the left and right side of it like waves, producing loud whistling noises that rang out endlessly. Behind the flying ship, there was a white trail that stretched for tens of thousands of meters, slowly dissipating. On the deck of the Gale intercontinental flying ship, Qinzong leaned against the side of the ship and looked into the distance. His left hand was unconsciously playing with a dark green jade plate. The jade plate was oval in shape, warm and cool to the touch. It was very comfortable to the touch. It was carved out of top-grade jade. This jade plate was obtained from the Vientiane Tower. He had paid a considerable price to get it. Qinzong's purpose in coming to the Blue Wave continent was naturally to improve the martial arts atmosphere here. It was necessary for him to join a big force. However, he had already missed the apprenticeship ceremony of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Because of the disaster at sea, it was delayed for a period of time. Fortunately, he still had the Vientiane Tower. But the Vientiane Tower wasn't that simple. He had to pay a high price. 3,000 substandard spiritual sources. That's right. Qinzong paid 3,000 substandard spiritual sources. In theory, It was equivalent to 300 low-grade spiritual sources. In the end, he got a place to be a preparatory disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect's Mingguang Mountain. Preparatory disciples were the lowest among all the disciples. They could only be regarded as half a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. They were usually those with mediocre talent or other reasons. They were close to the recruitment standards of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, but didn't really meet the standards. The Taiyuan Heaven sect would give them a chance, just like casting a net everywhere. After all, among the many preparatory disciples, there might be a small number of outstanding ones who would later become official disciples. In this world, not all warriors would show their talent at once. Some people were late bloomers. Although they were few, they still existed. If there were a few of them, the Taiyuan Heaven sect would benefit from it. After all, preparatory disciples would not enjoy any preferential treatment from the Taiyuan Heaven sect. At most, they would stay within the boundaries of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. 3,000 substandard spiritual sources in exchange for a spot as a preparatory disciple was undoubtedly a huge price to pay. However, as long as he could enter the Taiyuan Heavenly sect, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become an official disciple with his own ability and hard work. To put it bluntly, the 3,000 substandard spiritual sources were just a stepping stone. With the speed of this intercontinental airship, it would take about a month to cross the Linhai continent and enter the Taiyuan continent. The cost was 100 substandard soul sources, which was quite high. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to afford it. If Qinzong hadn't killed a lot of enemies and obtained a lot of spoils, as well as 4,000 substandard soul sources from the Yang family and 2,000 substandard soul sources from the Martial Saint Palace, he wouldn't have dared to spend so much. After playing with it for a while, Qinzong put away the jade token. This was very important. If he lost it, it would be difficult for him to become a preparatory disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect's Mingguang. In the distance, a huge black eagle flew by. It was a monster beast. While flying at high altitudes, it was possible to encounter all kinds of flying monster beasts. But this intercontinental flying ship was a low-rank spirit artifact, so when its protective shield was normally activated, it had the defensive power of a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, capable of withstanding strong winds. If it encountered a 9th-grade flying monster beast, it could fully activate its protective shield, raising its defensive power to the level of an extreme mortal. In addition, there were also extreme mortal realm masters and a team of pseudo-transcendents on the intercontinental airship to provide security. In addition to this fixed voyage, there would be masters cleaning up after a period of time to ensure that no powerful or large numbers of flying monster beasts would interfere. However, there were no absolutes. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, the Gale airship arrived at the edge of the Linhai continent. There was a mountain between the Linhai continent and the Taiyuan continent called the Little Yuan Mountain. There is the word small, but this mountain was not small at all. It was more than 1,000 meters tall and stretched for more than 1,000 miles. Countless demonic beasts lived here. For nearly a month, they did not encounter any great danger. Of course, some flying demonic beasts recklessly rushed over, intending to catch a few humans on the deck to have a taste, but they were directly beheaded. Their bones were boiled into soup, and their flesh was also stewed, becoming the food of the passengers on the intercontinental flying ship. Other than enjoying the scenery on the deck, Qinzong spent most of his time cultivating. His cultivation was slowly improving, gradually approaching the late 9-star level. His application of minor true meanings had become more precise, and his low-rank pseudo-lingwu had also been further perfected. However, he still couldn't break through the half-step sword force. Roar. A terrifying roar like thunder suddenly exploded and turned into invisible sound waves that rolled out from the mountain, as if shattering the clouds. A violent gust of wind blew and bombarded the Gale airship, causing it to sway slightly. The extreme mortal realm master on the Gale airship turned pale. The roar was too frightening and made him feel a strong sense of threat. This was definitely not a 9th-level monster beast, but a 10th-level monster beast. A 10th-level monster beast wasn't something he could handle. No one on the intercontinental airship could handle it. It would be a disaster. Once it appeared, the intercontinental airship would be finished and no one would be able to survive. Immediately, the extreme mortal realm master let out a sigh of relief because the monster beast that roared couldn't fly. Thousands of meters up in the air, an earth spirit realm monster beast that couldn't fly wasn't much of a threat. Not to mention, this kind of monster beast usually wouldn't fly high up in the air as it wasn't their domain. Soon after, the extreme human stage expert's heart was raised again and sweat appeared on his forehead again. This was because he saw a blood-red figure through the window, as if a wave of red clouds was rushing up from the ground into the sky. With his amazing eyesight at the transcendent realm, Yonkai could clearly see that this red cloud was actually composed of blood-red goshawks, a flock of blood eagles. The pseudo-transcendent realm guards on the Gale airship also noticed and quickly took action. Blood eagles weren't powerful monster beasts. After reaching adulthood, they were generally 8th level, equivalent to the late stage of the true martial realm. Some of the more powerful blood eagles could reach the pseudo-transcendent realm, while the kings of the flock could break through to the 9th level, equivalent to the extreme mortal realm. The flock of blood eagles rushing out from the mountain was like a large red cloud. According to their speed and route, as well as the Gale airship's speed and route, they would definitely collide. One or two, or even a few dozen wouldn't be a problem. But the problem was that there were at least 1,000 blood eagles in this flock. A flock of over 1,000 blood eagles was an astonishing scale, and there might even be a blood eagle king among them. No one had expected such a change to occur when they were just about to cross the minor Yuan mountain and reach the Tai Yuan continent. All passengers, please enter the cabin. All passengers, please enter the cabin. All passengers, please enter the cabin. The voice was repeated 3 times in a row, reaching everyone's ears. Immediately, most of the passengers hurriedly turned around and rushed into the cabin in a single file, returning to their respective cabins. Then, they looked through the windows of the cabin to see what was happening outside. It's just an attack of this level. What's there to be afraid of? Some people smiled indifferently. It wasn't clear if they had full confidence in the Gale airship, or if they had a screw loose, or if they had full confidence in their own strength. In short, they were unwilling to enter the cabin and instead stood on the deck, admiring the beautiful scenery. The only thing missing was a paper fan and a glass of wine. Shenzong didn't stand out and enter the cabin. The cabin was in a good position, allowing him to see the situation outside. The flock of blood eagles seemed to be frightened. Like headless flies, they slammed into the Gale airship, making a series of sounds. The Gale airship's protective shield was fully activated. When the high-speed blood eagles hit the shield, their bones were broken, their bodies were smashed, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. With such strength, they naturally couldn't break the Gale airship's protective shield. Shenzong noticed that in addition to the Gale airship's guards, there was a young man standing on the deck. He looked indifferent, but there was a glint in his eyes, as if he wanted to fight. Shenzong had noticed this young man many times. His cultivation was very strong, and he guessed that he should be a grandmaster, but he didn't know what level he was at. Most importantly, Shenzong had heard others talk about the symbol on his robe. It was the symbol of a disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, and a core disciple at that. As a core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, he had a very high status. Many people wanted to establish a relationship with him, but he usually ignored them. Perhaps it was his character, or perhaps it was because of his superior status that he didn't want to bother with them. This was the human world. Some people were dedicated to establishing relationships, while others only believed in strength and their own strength. Of course, in this world, it was always possible to be at a disadvantage if you fought alone. It was good to make friends with more people, but not everyone. People were divided into different levels. Depending on their status, they would often make friends with people of the same level or even higher. Shenzong had never been one to form cliques, and he rarely took the initiative to make friends with others to expand his network. That was not in line with his character. If he had lived in a place where he had to form cliques to survive, Shenzong would have had a hard time. Fortunately, in this world, in addition to forming cliques, one could also rely on one's own strength. As long as you were strong enough, people would take the initiative to expand their network. To put it bluntly, they were trying to curry favor with you. Therefore, strength was the key. The weak were nothing, like a piece of rotten wood thrown in a corner. No one would pay attention to them, not even a glance. Chapter 650. The flock of blood hawks swooped down from the sky. The largest one among them had a wingspan of more than 10 meters and sharp claws. It clawed viciously at the great gale's protective shield as if it was tearing a piece of paper. Blood Eagle King. The guards' faces changed. What they feared would happen. Once the protective shield was torn apart, the other blood eagles would rush into the gale. At that time, it would be hard to guarantee that there would be other losses. Whether the gale was damaged or the passengers were injured or killed, it would be a great loss. How dare you, beast? A furious roar sounded like a sudden clap of thunder. Immediately, a black figure shot out from the cabin, penetrating the protective barrier and violently charging towards the enormous blood eagle. It was the extreme mortal realm warrior guarding the gale. The protective shield of the gale only protected the outside, but not the inside. This was the characteristic of many protective shields. Therefore, the sharp black blade light broke through the protective shield and attacked the Blood Eagle King. The Blood Eagle King let out a long cry. Its voice was extremely sharp, but its body was more agile. It avoided the black blade light and made a turn in the air. After dodging the black blade light, it clawed at the protective shield of the gale. Although a Class 9 demon beast could not speak, its intelligence was not low. The black blade light missed, but it still killed dozens of blood eagles. Blood, flesh, and feathers flew out and fell to the ground. Then, the extreme mortal realm warrior also rushed out. Holding a long black blade, he attacked the Blood Eagle King. The core disciple of the Tai Yuan Sky Sex, eyes lit up. He stared at the extreme mortal realm warrior with the blade because he also used a blade. The extreme mortal warrior's blade was extremely fast, but the level 9 demon beast attack was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the extreme mortal warrior had already exchanged hundreds of blows with the Bloodhawk King. The black long blade and the sharp claws clashed again and again, creating extremely sharp noises. Shinzong could tell that the extreme mortal warrior was in a passive position. Because the extreme mortal realm warrior had to take care of the gale, he could not stay in the air for long, so he was at a disadvantage. Everyone's attention was on the battle between the extreme mortal realm warrior and the Blood Eagle King. This was a crucial battle. However, the Bloodhawk King's strength seemed to be very powerful. Furthermore, he was in the air and had the advantage. After a series of attacks, a terrifying chi force surged in all directions. The ultimate mortal warrior had to ensure that the gale's protective shield would not be affected, so as to prevent the shield from being destroyed. Defending for a long time was bound to fail. The extreme mortal realm cultivator was hit once and was immediately injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood. All the passengers on the deck are to enter the cabins. Guards, get ready to attack. Remove the protective shield. The extreme mortal stage fighter said decisively. He knew that the Bloodhawk King's strength was unexpectedly strong, and under the situation where he was restrained, not only would he be injured, he might even be killed. Hearing this, the other passengers on the deck immediately rushed into the cabin. Only the core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect did not move. He only said, "I'll help you defend." Needless to say, the core disciples of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect were truly powerful. "Thank you," said the captain of the guards. He didn't say anything else. At this time, it was important to prepare for battle. The protective shield was removed. Immediately, a large flock of bloodhawks swooped down. There were hundreds of them, and they came from all directions. The guards were already prepared. They were distributed in various positions on the gale to ensure that they could withstand all the bloodhawks' attacks and avoid causing harm to the gale and its passengers. Once they attacked, the bloodhawks were immediately killed and blood rained down. Most of these bloodhawks were at the late stage of the true martial realm. Naturally, they were no match for pseudo-transcendents, but there were many of them and they were not afraid of death. There were even pseudo-transcendents among them. Inside the cabin, Chunzong could see everything clearly. These monster beasts were very strong, but that was only when compared to the monster beasts on Chaotian Island. Among the same level, the monster beasts here were more outstanding in all aspects. Moreover, there were many pseudo-transcendents. If they were on Chaotian Island, they would be considered as the overlords of Grade 8 monster beasts. One by one, the Bloodhawks were killed. Their corpses piled up on the deck. Their blood dyed the deck red, and the stench was terrifying. In the end, there were too many Bloodhawks. It was as if there was no end to them. They madly swooped down, and a few managed to break through the defensive perimeter and enter the cabin. One of the Bloodhawks recklessly swooped down on Chinzong. Its sharp claws pierced through the window and viciously clawed at Chinzong's face. If he was caught, his face would be disfigured. But how could Chinzong allow himself to be caught? With a slash of his sword finger, a terrifying sword chi directly killed the Bloodhawk. The sword chi also carried a powerful force that sent the Bloodhawk's corpse flying. Since he had already made his move, Chinzong did not continue to stay in the cabin. He walked out with his sword and beheaded a few Bloodhawks that were raging in the corridor. Walking to the deck, a Bloodhawk swooped down on him. With a flash of his sword, the Bloodhawk was cut in half. The splashing blood did not affect Chinzong in the slightest. Walking to the deck was different from staying in the cabin. The smell of blood was more likely to make one's blood boil. Chinzong's sharp eyes swept across the area. He locked onto a place with a weaker defense and charged forward. The Tianyang sword slashed out as if it was slicing through water, creating layers of ripples. As the sword waves wreaked havoc, the air became like water, affecting a few Bloodhawks and greatly reducing their speed. With a flash of his sword, a few Bloodhawks were directly killed. With Chinzong filling in the gap, the pressure on the guards was greatly reduced. "Be careful," a guard beside Chinzong said to him. Chinzong nodded and casually swung his sword. None of his attacks missed, and they didn't use up too much energy. Each of his attacks had a unique charm, like a calligraphy master's wondrous brushwork. Every time he swung his sword, a Bloodhawk would be killed. On the other side, the core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect held a saber in his hand. His saber was extremely sharp, and every strike seemed to split the sky, leaving countless saber scars in front of him like an open fan. Not a single Bloodhawk could break through his defense. Under the long saber, he was invincible. Suddenly, the countless saber scars turned into light smoke and spread out. However, they did not disappear. Instead, they changed as the Tai Yuan Heaven sect disciple waved his saber, as if they were about to condense into something. Songhe, a low voice sounded, but it was as mighty as the sound of heaven. The saber scars that spread out like light smoke suddenly surged, followed by a sharp cry that tore through the sky. A gray-white crane rushed out of the light smoke, spreading its wings and bringing endless light smoke with it, as if it was born from the smoke of a battlefield. This gray-white crane had a ferocious appearance. Its wings were 10 meters wide. As the core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect waved his saber, it broke through the air and rushed out. Wherever it passed, the light smoke was as sharp as saber chi, cutting and strangling the Bloodhawks. Wherever the Songhe passed, there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. A bloody mist filled the air, dyeing the Songhe blood red. With just one strike, more than 100 Bloodhawks had been killed. Chinzong naturally noticed this scene. He was not surprised by the killing of more than 100 Bloodhawks with one strike, but by the exquisiteness of the move. Condensing something from nothing was a very clever martial art. The Tai Yuan Heaven sect disciples' mastery of martial arts and strength was also very shocking. This strike also let Chinzong know that this person's strength was probably stronger than Mu Tianfeng of the Sacred Martial Palace. It was still unknown whether Mu Tianfeng could withstand this strike. Chinzong was not afraid at all. Instead, he was excited. With enough external pressure, one could better force out one's potential. While the core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect killed the Bloodhawks with his saber, he also paid attention to the movements around him, especially after Chinzong appeared. His sword art seemed simple and ordinary in the eyes of ordinary warriors, but in the eyes of the core disciple, it was back to basics. His swordsmanship was so profound that it was probably not inferior to his saber skills. The strength that the other party displayed was undoubtedly at the Grandmaster level. He didn't look very old either, perhaps about the same age as himself. A person of similar age, powerful strength, and excellent sword art undoubtedly interested him. After a bloody battle, all the Blood Eagles were finally killed. After the ultimate mortal stage powerhouse let loose, he gradually gained the upper hand and heavily injured the Blood Eagle King with a single strike. The Blood Hawk King was intelligent. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to this group of people and was even injured, he knew that if this continued, he would very likely be killed and become food. With a sorrowful cry, full of resentment, the Blood Hawk King spread his wings, stirring up a gust of wind, and rushed away. The extreme mortal expert could only watch the Blood Hawk King leave. He was not in the profound heaven realm, so he couldn't fly. Although he could use his body movement to glide in the air, he couldn't fly, which was very disadvantageous for him. Next, it was naturally to clean the deck. Fortunately, Chunzong and the core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect helped. The gale didn't suffer any damage, and the passengers were unharmed. It was a daunting experience. The core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect and Chunzong were naturally thanked. As for the corpses and blood on the deck, there were naturally people to clean them up. The Gale's way of thanking them was very interesting. They didn't say that they would refund the fees, but they each received 500 substandard spiritual sources as a thank you fee. In addition, they promised that if they continued to ride the Gale in the future, all fees would be waived. The core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect and Chunzong accepted it calmly. My name is Yu Zhengxiao. Suddenly, the core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect spoke. Chunzong. Chunzong understood what the core disciple meant and said his name as well. Your sword art is very good. If there's a chance, let's exchange pointers. Yu Zhengxiao smiled slightly, and his eyes flashed. Okay. Chunzong was slightly startled when he heard this, and then nodded with a smile. The two didn't know each other. Even if they knew each other now, they weren't familiar enough to talk casually, let alone the two of them were the kind of people who didn't talk much. Chapter 651. On the first day of a new month, Six Pads blindly begged for monthly votes. The Taiyuan continent was known as one mountain every 10 miles. Although it was not as exaggerated as having a mountain every 10 miles, it was enough to show that there were many mountains everywhere in the Taiyuan continent. According to statistics, the ratio of mountains to other terrains in the Taiyuan continent was an astonishing 5-to-5. After getting off the Gale intercontinental flying ship, Chunzong did not stop and immediately looked for a way to go to the Taiyuan Heaven sect. All trades and professions on the Kanglan continent were very developed. Not only were there intercontinental flying ships that specialized in intercontinental travel, but there were also service industries that traveled between different continents. Of course, all of these services were paid. After paying 20 substandard spiritual sources, Chunzong spent half a month to cross Taiyuan City and finally arrived at the foot of Taiyuan Mountain. Taiyuan Mountain was the first mountain in the Taiyuan continent. Not only did it have the highest number of peaks, but its topography also stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Standing at the foot of Taiyuan Mountain, Chunzong could feel that the spiritual qi here was a little richer and purer than in other places. Looking up, there were two mountain peaks that were more than 200 meters tall, but only a few hundred meters in size. They were like a door standing at the very front of the Super Yuan Mountain, and this was indeed the door of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Chunzong had seen the mountain gates of some sects that were mostly carved out of various precious materials, but this was the first time he had seen a mountain gate like the Tai Yuan Heavenly sect. Using two mountains side by side as the gate of the sect was indeed unique, and it also reflected a kind of imposing aura. If the two peaks were naturally like this, it could only be said that they were lucky. However, if it was man-made, it showed that the experts of the Taiyuan Heaven sect had extraordinary means. Between the two portal-like peaks, there was a road that was 10 meters wide. It went all the way up, and there was no end in sight. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong felt a cool and refreshing aura enter his body, making his mind clearer. Taking firm steps, Chunzong walked along the winding road step by step. His speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, he was like a gust of wind. The deeper he walked along the path, the more Qinzong felt the changes in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was a kind of nourishing feeling that made him feel refreshed, as if he would never feel tired. This was the Super Yuan Mountain, which was completely within the boundaries of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect. Qinzong did not dare to use his full speed, and with some reservations, he spent 2 hours to arrive at a huge heptagonal platform. This heptagonal platform had a radius of tens of thousands of meters. On each side, there was a mountain peak that was about 100 meters tall. The mountain peaks were like the fangs of a dog. They were sunken inwards, as if they wanted to cover the entire platform. Looking into the distance, there were countless overlapping shadows of mountain peaks. There were also thousands of clouds lingering around, making it seem like an immortal paradise. Retracting his gaze, Qinzong glanced at the 7 fawn-like peaks. There were ancient words on every mountain peak. They looked like carvings, but they also looked like they were formed by the trees on the mountain peak. They looked very natural and harmonious. Starting from the left, there were Rainbow Mountain, Yaoying Mountain, Green Feather Mountain, Zhenyuan Mountain, Extreme Sun Mountain, Mingguang Mountain, and Inu Mountain. The Taiyuan Heavenly Sect was divided into 7 mountains. Zhenyuan Mountain was the sect master's mountain, and the other 6 mountains were controlled by 6 elders with real power in the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. In a big force like the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, there were quite a few powerhouses with the title of elder. However, there were only 6 people who could control a mountain and become a mountain master. Each of them was a super powerhouse, not inferior to the sect master. Qinzong wanted to enter Mingguang Mountain through the Vientiane Tower's door. Perhaps it was because the Vientiane Tower was easier to get to Mingguang Mountain, but no matter which mountain it was fine as long as he could enter it. He set off again and headed in the direction of Mingguang Mountain. Mingguang Mountain was a mountain. It was more than 8,000 meters tall and covered an area of hundreds of miles. However, preparatory disciples could only stay at the foot of Mingguang Mountain and maintain a certain distance. Only after becoming an official disciple could they truly step into Mingguang Mountain and live there. The higher one went, the higher the status symbol. When one reached the top, it was the cave residence of the Mingguang Mountain Master, who controlled Mingguang Mountain. About an hour later, Qinzong saw a gathering place in the distance. It was like a market, and there were many people walking around. There were also people who set up stalls. I want to find the steward of the preparatory disciples. How do I get there? Qinzong stopped a person and asked. Over there. The person hurriedly pointed in a direction and ignored Qinzong. As Qinzong walked, he saw rows upon rows of wooden houses arranged in picturesque disorder. When he reached the end, he saw a large wooden house. It was several times larger than the other wooden houses. It also seemed to be sturdier and more exquisite. The door of the big wooden house was open, and there was a symbolic plaque hanging outside the door, Preparatory Department. What are you doing here? A middle-aged man was sitting inside. When he heard Qinzong's footsteps, he opened his sleepy eyes and glanced at him casually, then asked lazily. Qinzong took out the jade tablet that Wanxiang Tower gave him and handed it to the man. After the man took it and looked at it, he seemed to be a little more serious. He sat up straight, opened the register, and picked up a pen. However, his tone was still lazy. Name? Age? Cultivation? Qinzong, 26 years old, mid-9-star level. Qinzong answered truthfully. Then, he realized that he was already 26 years old. Probably, he didn't pay much attention to the issue of age. He also didn't care much about the passage of time. He should be around 26 years old, not 27 years old. Qinzong said again in his heart. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably find it funny. He wasn't even sure about his age. This kind of situation often happened to those experts who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. After all, for those experts, sometimes they would go into seclusion for a few years or even longer. No one would be so bored as to calculate their own age. The lazy middle-aged man was the deacon of the preparatory department, and he was in charge of the registration and arrangement of the preparatory disciples. When he heard Qinzong's age and cultivation, he was shocked, and his sleepiness disappeared without a trace, and his expression became serious. It was as if he went from being sleepy to being full of energy. At 26 years old, he had a mid-9-star level cultivation. This was not an ordinary warrior. He was already a genius, enough to be compared with the core disciples in the mountain. This person entered Mingguang Mountain through other means to become a preparatory disciple because he missed the Mountain Gates general election. Otherwise, there was a problem with his identity. In any case, this was not something he should care about. If it was the former, it was naturally a good thing for Mingguang Mountain. However, if it was the latter, there would naturally be someone to deal with it. The registration was completed quickly. After all, preparatory disciples were treated very poorly in the various mountains of the Tai Yuan Sky sect. It was fine as long as they didn't cause any trouble. Therefore, even if a spy sneaked in, no one would care. What benefit could a spy get from mingling among the preparatory disciples? He would get nothing and would just be wasting his time. After all, non-official disciples were not allowed to step into the mountain. Otherwise, they would be killed. This is your preparatory disciple token. The middle-aged deacon took out a token. After carving it, he handed it to Qinzong. Qinzong glanced at it. His name was on it. How can I become an official disciple? Qinzong put away the token and asked at the same time. Every 3 months, the preparatory disciples will undergo an assessment. After passing the assessment, you can become an official disciple. The middle-aged deacon answered quickly. It seemed that he intended to leave a good impression on Qinzong. After all, with Qinzong's talent, if there was no problem with his identity, he would definitely become an official disciple. He could even become a core disciple. Every core disciple was the mainstay of the younger generation in each mountain. Their status was not comparable to that of a deacon who could only manage the preparatory disciples. There are still 2 months before the next preparatory disciple assessment. At that time, an announcement will be made 3 days in advance. If you are interested, you can sign up for the assessment. I believe that with your talent, you will definitely become an official disciple. The middle-aged deacon smiled and said, "Let's go. I will take you to the place where you live." "Thank you." After saying that, Qinzong turned and left. The middle-aged deacon was too lazy to pay attention to ordinary preparatory disciples. He would usually give them the key and let them find their own house. However, Qinzong's type naturally had to be treated differently. It was nothing more than showing him the way and saying a few words. Maybe he could make some connections. Along the way, the middle-aged deacon used the simplest words to introduce Qinzong to the preparatory disciples. Qinzong also asked about other things, such as official disciples and so on. There was nothing special about a wooden house. The layout was simple, that was all. The conditions for a preparatory disciple are relatively ordinary. However, if you become an official disciple, it will be different. The middle-aged deacon opened the door and said to Qinzong with a smile, "You have to bear with it for a while." "It's okay," Qinzong responded calmly. It would be good to have better conditions. However, if he did not have better conditions, Qinzong would not complain. After all, it was just a temporary place to stay. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. My surname is Wang. I am responsible for all kinds of matters regarding the preparatory disciples. The middle-aged deacon smiled and said, "Thank you, Deacon Wang." Qinzong responded with a smile. Of course, Qinzong knew that the other party was trying to befriend him. Of course, Qinzong wouldn't reject him outright. Everything was up to his heart. If he had the energy to spare, it wasn't impossible for him to help him in the future. Deacon Wang was very sensible and did not continue to stay. That would only cause resentment. According to Deacon Wang, the number of preparatory disciples was as many as 10,000. This was undoubtedly a very shocking number, because this was only Mingguang Mountain. If all the 7 mountains of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect were counted, then the number of preparatory disciples might reach as many as 100,000. However, this was also very normal. After all, this was the Blue Waves continent. Whether it was the population, the cultivation environment, the cultivation resources, the inheritance, and so on, it was many times better than Chaotian Island. It was like the contrast between a firefly and the bright moon. Chapter 652. With 3,000 substandard spiritual sources, Chenzong became one of the tens of thousands of preparatory disciples in Mt. Mingguang of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Tens of thousands of preparatory disciples were equivalent to tens of thousands of mouths to feed and drink. Although the extreme Yuan Heavenly sect did not provide food and drink, they did open up some other mountain peaks outside the Mingguang Mountain to allow the preparatory disciples to enter and hunt demon beasts for food. In addition, there were also people who had been operating here for generations, opening restaurants and so on. In addition to the residential area for the preparatory disciples, there was also a market area at the foot of Mt. Mingguang. The market area was very large, like a loose city surrounding Mt. Mingguang. After cultivating, Chenzong walked to the market area. The market area was bustling with people, most of whom were disciples of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Most of them were preparatory disciples, but there were also official disciples and so on who would set up stalls to trade. "Get out of the way. Are you deaf?" A rude voice sounded with strong anger. I'm sorry. Senior brothers, my ears are not good." A young man bowed and apologized with a humble smile. There were 3 people in front of him, 2 men and 1 woman. They were wearing light blue robes, which were the robes that only official disciples of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect could wear. It was a symbol of their status. The young man who apologized humbly was a preparatory disciple. Even if they offended him, he had to apologize because they were official disciples and he was a preparatory disciple. Although there was a rule that forbade killing in Mt. Mingguang, Mt. Mingguang did not care if he was bullied or seriously injured, as long as no one died. However, if a preparatory disciple overestimated himself and provoked an official disciple and was killed, Mt. Mingguang would not punish the official disciple. "Senior brothers and sisters, it's just a small gift. Please accept it." The young man apologized humbly and took out 30 substandard spiritual sources and handed them to them. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you." The 3 of them sneered. The leader reached out and grabbed the 30 substandard spiritual sources. "Next time, remember not to block the way. If you met someone with a bad temper, you would be a corpse by now." "Thank you for your advice, senior brother." The young man quickly nodded and bowed. "Let's go to Mingfeng House for a drink." With the 30 substandard spiritual sources, the 3 official disciples left. Behind him, the young man clenched his fists and endured silently. Many people on the side saw this scene, but no one stepped out because they didn't dare or didn't want to. They only watched coldly from the side. They did not know each other, so Chenzong would not meddle in this matter for no reason. Those who are strong will not stop, and those who are strong will have no fear. The young probationary disciple chose to swallow his anger in exchange for a moment of calm. In life, there are all kinds of choices, and the choices one made would lead to the consequences one had to bear. Chenzong strolled through the stalls while looking at the things on both sides. There were parts of demonic beasts, some precious medicines, and some strange things that were found or dug out from the mountains. They might be treasures. However, nothing caught Chenzong's attention, so he didn't buy anything. Gradually, Chenzong walked to a restaurant, the Mingfeng restaurant. The Bright Wind brothel was not run by an ordinary person. It had a great background and was said to be the property of an elder on Mt. Mingguang. Although a transcendent realm master had undergone a metamorphosis in terms of life force, they still could not escape the fact that they were human, and humans had all kinds of needs. Perhaps there were fewer needs in this regard, but there were still needs in other aspects. Having a property meant having income, and income meant wealth, which meant many things. The Mingfeng restaurant was 4 floors high. Chenzong stepped on the first floor and glanced around. Every table was full of people, so he walked to the stairs of the second floor. This move immediately attracted the attention of many people. The second floor is only for official disciples. He doesn't look like an official disciple. I have an impression that he is a probationary disciple who came through some back door a few days ago. He doesn't know the rules, so he is a newcomer. It seems that he didn't know the rules until he was taught a lesson and paid a price. While these people were talking, Chenzong had already stepped on the stairs of the second floor. At a glance, the second floor was also full. No one stopped Chenzong, directly went to the third floor. He went up. The second floor? No, he went to the third floor. The third floor. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations. He doesn't want to live anymore. He dares to go to the third floor. Ignorant person. Although there is no explicit rule that we probationary disciples can't go to the second or third floor, the private rule is that only official disciples can set foot on the second floor, and only elite disciples can set foot on the third floor. When the Ming Fong restaurant was first built, there were no such rules. Of course, there were no such rules now. Everything was done by the disciples of Ming Guang Mountain. Probationary disciples could only stay on the first floor. The second floor was for official disciples, the third floor for elite disciples, and the fourth floor for core disciples. Each floor was divided into different classes to distinguish between high and low status. The result of jumping a level to enter was often terrible, but some new disciples didn't know this and had to pay a price to understand. Stepping on the third floor, Chunzong glanced around. The people sitting on the third floor were all wearing blue martial robes. There was a bright light on the sleeves of the robes, which was woven with some kind of special silk thread. It symbolized the identity of an elite disciple of Ming Guang Mountain. Originally, they had just casually glanced over when they heard the footsteps, but now they suddenly focused on Chunzong. Then, a trace of dissatisfaction, ridicule, and annoyance appeared one after another. An elite disciple carefully sized up Chunzong, then stood up and scolded him sternly. "Who are you? Don't you know that this is a place where only elite disciples can come?" The other elite disciples also looked over. One of the elite disciples walked up to Chunzong and asked, "Probationary disciple?" Chunzong nodded. "Get out of here. This is not a place for probationary disciples." The elite disciple's eyes were cold and his tone was harsh. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly waved his hand. The sleeve of his robe rolled up, and a violent wind came whistling, fiercely slapping Chunzong's face. He wouldn't die or be seriously injured, but the force contained in the slap was so strong that it would directly swell his face and make him roll down the stairs. It was very embarrassing. It had to be said that this person's intentions were vicious. Chunzong's eyes were cold. He didn't move, but his body rippled like water, causing the opponent's sleeve to miss. At the moment when the opponent was about to attack for the second time, the tip of his sword directly bombarded the opponent's stomach. The terrible force raged like a whirlpool, causing the elite disciple to lose his strength in an instant. His whole body fell forward and rolled down the stairs, making thumping sounds. "How dare you attack? Take him down. Kill him." The other elite disciples were enraged one after another. They all released an astonishing momentum, locking on Chunzong, and then attacked Chunzong one after another. Each of these elite disciples was very strong, all of them having the combat strength of 8 stars. The power of their attacks was astonishing. These elite disciples were not very old. They were probably in their 30s, but they looked like they were in their 20s. Yet, they possessed the combat prowess of the 8 stars. They were the top geniuses on Chaotian Island, not inferior to the likes of Xiahou Ba, or even more powerful than the likes of Xiahou Ba. This also made Chunzong even more surprised by the quality of the geniuses on the Blue Waves continent. Indeed, because of the better cultivation environment, resources, inheritance, and other factors, it was easier to cultivate here. This thought flashed through Chunzong's mind. Facing so many attacks, he didn't hesitate at all. His figure was majestic, and he unsheathed the heavenly sun sword. He slashed in the air in front of him, and like a crescent moon, it cut and shattered all the attacks. The sword power pierced through the air, swept across the crowd, and directly sent more than a dozen elite disciples flying. Chunzong used his power skillfully, and he didn't hit them hard. He just repelled them. If it was a battle of life and death, this sword move would have already taken their lives. What he wanted was only to intimidate them. "Who are you?" After the elite disciples got up, their eyes were full of uncertainty. They didn't dare to continue attacking. When the sword wind swept past them just now, they felt their blood run cold. They were not stupid and realized that the opponent was much stronger than them. Even if more than a dozen of them attacked together, they might not be a match for him. Probationary disciples, Chunzong said, and then asked in reply, "Who said that probationary disciples can only eat on the first floor? Does the Mingfeng restaurant have such a rule?" The elite disciples looked at each other. The Mingfeng restaurant indeed didn't have such a rule. These rules were only set by some disciples of Mingguang Mountain because of their status. Over time, even if it wasn't a rule, it became a rule. In the past, some probationary disciples had tried to break this rule. After all, there were some capable ones among the probationary disciples. But at most, they could only break into the second floor to show off their power and then be suppressed. In Mingguang Mountain, the probationary disciples were uneven. But generally speaking, they were quite ordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become probationary disciples. As for the official disciples, of course, they had their own strengths. Basically, every one of them had a 7-star battle strength before the age of 30. As for the elite disciples, they had an 8-star battle strength. And the core disciples were even stronger. They had a 9-star battle strength and were masters of the Grandmaster realm. Compared with those upper-class sects on Chaotian Island, such a sect was definitely much stronger. The Mingfeng restaurant doesn't have a written rule, but this rule was set by the 3 esoteric senior brothers. Do you want to break the rules set by the 3 esoteric senior brothers? One of the elite disciples shouted angrily. The ranks of the disciples in the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect were very clear. The core disciples were not the highest. There were esoteric disciples above them. Every esoteric disciple was a master of the extreme mortal realm. In other words, only those who had reached the extreme mortal realm were qualified to become esoteric disciples. Every esoteric disciple had a very high status, and could even be compared with some of the lower-level elders of the various sects. I heard that the Mingfeng restaurant is the property of Elder Mingyi. But Elder Mingyi doesn't have such a rule. Do the 3 esoteric disciples want to overstep their authority, or do they want to occupy the Mingfeng restaurant for themselves? As soon as Chunzong finished speaking, the faces of the elite disciples changed greatly. His words were a bit harsh. Chapter 653. Thank you for your support. It's cold. Remember to tuck your long johns into your thick socks to protect yourself from the cold. The soundproofing effect of the Mingfeng building was good, but the stairs were connected, so the sound naturally spread down. On the second floor and the first floor, everyone near the stairs looked up, as if they wanted to see something, but they couldn't see anything. They could only hear some conversations. When they heard the words esoteric disciple and elder Mingyi, they felt their scalp tingle and their hair stand on end. Did this matter involve so much? Although esoteric disciple and core disciple were only one level apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. Elder Mingyi was an elder with real power in Mingguang Mountain, and his status was second only to Mingguang Mountain Lord. Who dares to make a ruckus here? You even disrespected esoteric disciple and elder Mingyi in your words. The sound of scolding came from upstairs. Immediately, with the sound of footsteps, 3 people walked down from the 4th floor. Zhou Shaoqi used his father's favor and prepared a generous gift. An esoteric disciple used his authority to directly become a core disciple of Mingguang Mountain after a test. As for Su Mingxi, her treatment was not so good, but she also became an elite disciple. Zhou Shaoqi knew the importance of connections, so he invited several core disciples to eat and drink on the 4th floor of the Mingfeng building. On the one hand, he wanted to celebrate with Su Mingxi, and on the other hand, he wanted to build a good relationship with these core disciples. Although Su Mingxi was an elite disciple, she was led by a core disciple, so she naturally wouldn't be driven away when she entered the 4th floor. Hearing the noise on the 3rd floor, Zhou Shaoqi and the others went downstairs to take a look. Immediately, Zhou Shaoqi and Su Mingxi's eyes fell on Chunzong's face. It's him. He even became a preparatory disciple of Mingguang Mountain. I didn't expect you to be so good at taking advantage of loopholes. You actually came to Mingguang Mountain. Zhou Shaoqi said with a sneer on his face, but there was a trace of fierceness in the depths of his eyes. He looked directly at Chunzong. Junior brother Shaoqi, do you know him? Another core disciple's eyes also fell on Chunzong and asked. There were some grudges on the way here. Zhou Xiaoqi said, Jun, your sister Mingxi, and I met him when we were on the boat. We saw that he was only using a wooden raft to cross the sea. We pitied him and invited him to join us on the big boat. We didn't expect that he would have evil intentions and try to steal our big boat. Fortunately, my strength is still good, so I was able to beat him into the sea. I didn't expect that he would come to our Mingguang Mountain and even become a preparatory disciple through the back door. Senior Brother Huang, this person is indeed extremely detestable. He repaid kindness with ingratitude. If it wasn't for Senior Brother Xiaoqi's extraordinary strength, I'm afraid he would have succeeded. She said with a pitiful look. There was a look of fear on her face, which made people feel pity for her. Moreover, he also spoke rudely to me and tried. As he spoke, he was on the verge of tears. Although he did not say the rest of his words, everyone had already filled in the gaps in their minds. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Chunzong changed. Disdain. They were all looking at him with disdain. A person with low status and strength would be looked down upon, but in most cases, they would not be looked down upon. However, repaying kindness with ingratitude was undoubtedly despised by everyone, except for some people with special temperaments. The disdainful gazes were like daggers stabbing at him, but Chunzong's expression did not change at all. What Zhou Xiaoqi and Mingxi said was completely inverting black and white and twisting the facts, but they still looked indignant and pitiful, completely treating themselves as the victims. However, Chunzong could still see a trace of sneer and cunning in the depths of Zhou Xiaoqi and Mingxi's eyes. Chunzong did not open his mouth to refute because he was a preparatory disciple and the other party was a core disciple. Moreover, this kind of verbal refutation was pale and powerless. Unless there was any strong evidence, a verbal battle was obviously not what Chunzong was good at. No matter what means you use to become a preparatory disciple, a person with bad conduct like you is not qualified to stay here. The core disciple surnamed Huang's eyes were sharp and cold, directly pressing on Chunzong as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong. His words did not hide his inner disdain and disgust. Between Chunzong and Zhou Xiaoqi, he instinctively chose to believe Zhou Xiaoqi. Junior Xiaoqi, let me tell you one more thing. As a core disciple, not only do we have a higher status and enjoy better resources, but we also have some unique rights. One of them is that we can directly recommend others to enter the sect and directly participate in the official disciple assessment. The core disciple surnamed Huang's eyes moved away from Chunzong's face and fell on Zhou Xiaoqi's face, speaking neither slowly nor quickly. Being directly recommended to participate in the official disciple assessment was tantamount to saving several steps. For those warriors who were qualified to become official disciples but missed the sect gate ceremony, it was undoubtedly very suitable. Of course, this right was not unlimited, and it was only available once every 3 years. Therefore, some core disciples would sell this right and let others bid for it, and the highest bidder would get it. This way, they could make some extra money. Another right is that we can directly demote an official disciple to a preparatory disciple and expel a preparatory disciple. The core disciple surnamed Huang said again, but his eyes moved to Chunzong's face again. The core disciple surnamed Huang agreed to Zhou Xiaoqi's invitation to the party because he naturally knew how Zhou Xiaoqi entered Mingguang Mountain. Mingguang Mountain had the backing of an esoteric disciple, so he naturally wanted to make friends with Zhou Xiaoqi. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoqi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared at Chunzong with a somewhat playful look. Do you think I should wait until you become an official disciple, and then demote you to a preparatory disciple? Hearing this, many people showed pity and ridicule. Although an official disciple could still pass the assessment and become an official disciple after being demoted to a preparatory disciple, it was like a stain on his record, and he would become a laughingstock. Brother Xiaoqi, I don't want to see him again. Mingxi had a pitiful look. She hugged Zhou Xiaoqi tightly with both hands, and half of her body was attached to him. Her body twisted and rubbed against him, making Zhou Xiaoqi feel hot all over. He thought of some wonderful things, and the heat burned like fire. Okay, Zhou Shaoqi took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the desire to explode. His eyes became colder and more ferocious. Today, I will use my rights as a core disciple to expel you. Now, get out of here immediately and get out of Mingguang Mountain. Qinzong frowned slightly. This was not the result he wanted, but things seemed to be changing in an unexpected direction. Get out. People like you don't deserve to stay in our Mingguang Mountain. If you don't leave, I will call the Mingguang guards. At that time, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The core disciple surnamed Huang sneered again and again, and his face was full of ridicule. Mingguang guards. The faces of the more than a dozen elite disciples, as well as the official disciples and preparatory disciples downstairs, changed drastically. The Mingguang guards were the guards of Mingguang Mountain. Every Mingguang guard was at least a grandmaster. Moreover, they were not ordinary grandmasters. They were those who were older and had little hope of advancing to the transcendent realm. They chose to cultivate the unique secret art of the Mingguang guards and received special training. This completely cut off the possibility of advancing to the transcendent realm, but it would dig out their own potential and become very terrifying. They would also experience all kinds of life and death battles, and only by surviving would they be qualified to become a Mingguang guard. In short, every Mingguang guard was like a person who had returned from hell. Each one of them was a terrifying master among grandmasters. The vast majority of core disciples were not the Mingguang guards' opponents. The Mingguang guards would not usually be dispatched, but if they were, there would be bloodshed. Qinzong's expression was calm. He did not say anything, but his gaze swept over the core disciple surnamed Huang, Zhou Shaoqi, and Su Mingxi, making them feel uneasy. Turning around, Qinzong walked down the stairs. I thought you were going to make a move. I didn't expect you to give in so easily. What coward? Zhou Shaoqi's voice sounded in Qinzong's ears, full of ridicule. I think your father is also a coward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given birth to a coward like you. Waste, scram, as far as you can. Qinzong's footsteps suddenly stopped, and then he turned around. Without warning, a sword light flashed, like the rising sun rising into the sky, shining a blazing light. Everyone's line of sight was filled with endless light, as if they were staring directly at the sun. Following that, a miserable shriek rang out. Junior brother Shaoqi, big brother Shaoqi, how are you? The light dispersed, and everyone looked over with horror. They saw core disciple Zhou Shaoqi lying on the stairs with a long wound between his chest and abdomen. Blood was gushing out like a fountain, and his face was pale, and he was on the verge of death. Su Mingxi quickly took out a pill, crushed it, and sprinkled it on the wound, slowly stopping the blood from flowing out. She then stuffed another pill into Zhou Shaoqi's mouth, applying it externally and taking it orally. You dare to attack a core disciple, I'll kill you today. The core disciple surnamed Huang was furious, and the elite disciples were horrified and retreated one after another. The core disciple surnamed Huang threw out a palm, fiercely aiming at Qinzong. A terrifying pressure rushed out, and there seemed to be a ball of light rotating in the palm, bringing with it endless pressure. It's the dazzling light palm. Senior brother Huang has already reached the triple dazzling realm. In the midst of the exclamations, the palm carried with it an astonishing power that was enough to smash a hill. This kind of terrifying power was concentrated in the palm print, and it was even more terrifying. As the astonishing light rotated, it brought with it a terrifying suction force that completely sealed Qinzong's body, making it impossible for Qinzong to dodge. He could only face the palm directly. The strangling power contained in the palm would disperse Qinzong's counterattack and crush it. It was a very exquisite palm strike, but it was also a very terrifying palm strike. Qinzong's eyes flashed. This core disciple surnamed Huang's strength was probably even stronger than Mu Tianfeng's. However, his strength was not the same as when he fought with Mu Tianfeng. He was much stronger. Once again, the sword light shone like the sun in the sky, making it difficult for everyone to look directly at it. In their blurred vision, they could vaguely see a beam of extremely condensed light tearing through the sky, piercing towards the dazzling light palm. Then, It pierced through the dazzling light palm like a hot knife through butter and pierced toward the core disciple surnamed Huang. Another scream sounded. Everyone could clearly hear that it was the voice of the core disciple surnamed Huang. Chapter 654. Who is it? How dare you make a move in the Mingfeng Tower? The other core disciples on the fourth floor were alerted by the noise and rushed down one by one. They were invited by Zhou Shaoqi to the party, but something happened. Zhou Shaoqi and the core disciple surnamed Huang came down to have a look, and they all stayed on the fourth floor to eat and drink. They didn't expect to hear the screams of Zhou Shaoqi and the core disciple surnamed Huang. They also heard that someone attacked the core disciples. Several core disciples appeared at the entrance of the corridor. When they saw the injured Zhou Shaoqi and the core disciple surnamed Huang, their faces suddenly changed. Their eyes fell on Zhou, who was holding a sword, full of killing intent. How dare you attack a core disciple? You're courting death. Kill him as a warning to others. Several core disciples attacked Zhou one after another. The last core disciple took out a jade plate and said something to it. Every core disciple in the Mingguang Mountain was at least at the early stage of the 9-star level. They were all masters at the supreme power level. Their attacks were powerful. Zhou waved his sword again. It was an ordinary sword, but it was also a sword that returned to its original state. The sword was unstoppable. It smashed all the attacks like a hot knife through butter and counterattacked. The core disciples who attacked him were all injured. Sheathing his sword, Zhou made a prompt decision and turned around to go downstairs. Under countless shocked and horrified eyes, he rushed out of the Mingfeng Tower and rushed out of the Mingguang Mountain. Zhou knew that he couldn't stay in the Mingguang Mountain any longer. It was better to leave as soon as possible. As for where he would go after leaving, he would make plans later. At worst, he would take a step back and leave the Taiyuan continent for other continents and join a slightly inferior upper-class sect. Not long after he rushed out of the Mingfeng Tower, Zhou suddenly felt cold all over. He was locked by two extremely terrifying auras. The auras seemed to condense into a real blade and slashed at him, as if they were going to split his body and spirit. The moment Zhou rushed out of the Bright Wind Tower, the only core disciple who wasn't injured also chased after him. When he saw Zhou's back, he roared, "Bright Light Guard, it's him." Just now, it was he who took out the communication jade tablet to inform the Mingguang guards. Coincidentally, there were two Mingguang guards on duty nearby. As soon as they received the news, they immediately rushed over and intercepted Zhou. Zhou stopped and looked ahead. His gaze fell on the two people who were emitting a terrifying aura. He was clad in a bright silver-gray, full-body armor. It didn't look bloated at all. Instead, it looked very light and fit his body very well. It made his body look even more imposing and vigorous. A silver-gray scabbard of a long saber hung at his waist. His entire body was emitting an icy aura. The armor was called the Mingguang armor, and the long blade at the waist was called the Mingguang blade. It was the standard equipment of the Mingguang guard. The two Mingguang guards' expressions were indifferent. Their eyes were cold and sharp like blades. They stared at Zhou as if invisible blades were cutting Zhou. A terrifying icy aura spread from the two Mingguang guards, causing the surrounding disciples to keep quiet out of fear. Some disciples had seen the Mingguang guards with their own eyes, so they knew how terrifying the Mingguang guards were. Some disciples had only heard of them. When they saw them for the first time, they were terrified. As the aura of the two Mingguang guards grew stronger and stronger, their killing intent swept out like a storm. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. It was terrifying. That kind of gaze and aura was like a killing god from hell. It was terrifying. Even if a cultivator with the same combat strength faced such a Mingguang guard, his strength would be weakened a little. Zhou stared at the two Mingguang guards. He was slightly afraid in his heart, but there was also a trace of inexplicable excitement. Judging from their aura alone, the two Mingguang guards were very strong. They had at least reached the peak of the 9-star level. The peak of the 9-star level was extremely rare on Chaotian Island, because to reach this level, one needed to have enough talent, patience, and opportunity. None of these could be missing. Otherwise, it would be amazing if one could reach the peak of the 9-star level. Of course, geniuses like Mu Tianfeng could reach the peak of the 9-star level in the next 2 years, as long as they continued to cultivate and didn't rush to break through to the transcendent realm. Breaking through to the transcendent realm at the peak of the 9-star level would be even more powerful. Qinzong knew that the peak of the 9-star level was rare, but now he saw 2 of them at the same time. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, after thinking about it, the Mingguang guards seemed to be a little different from other cultivators. As he thought about it, the 2 Mingguang guards drew their blades at the same time. The speed at which they drew their sabers was as fast as lightning. The speed at which they drew their sabers was even faster. The moment the sabers were unsheathed, 2 silver-gray saber lights with traces of scarlet tore through the sky like lightning and slashed towards Qinzong. Simple, swift, fast, and ruthless. This was a blade technique that was born for battle. It was a blade technique that existed for slaughter. The long blades pierced through the air, and the faces of the others in the distance changed drastically. They were extremely shocked, as if they were frozen in time. As the target, Qinzong felt it more clearly. The 2 blades were very fast as lightning, and carried amazing power. The killing intent condensed in them. It seemed simple, but it blocked all his escape routes. His incomparably exquisite saber technique had been honed from countless life-and-death battles. Since it was difficult to dodge, then there was no need to dodge. You're fast, but I'm faster. The Heavenly Sun sword was unsheathed again. The sword light rose into the sky like the rising sun, instantly turning into a blazing sun, dazzling everyone. In the intense sword light, only the 2 Mingguang guards were unaffected. To a certain extent, they had already broken free from the shackles of a human. Under their gazes, they saw their saber light being broken by the other party's 2 swords. Then, the 2 swords pierced towards them like auroras. Their speed was extremely fast, so fast that the 2 of them had no time to react and dodge. Every sword carried an astonishing sword force with terrifying penetrating power. After hitting the chests of the 2 Mingguang guards, the 2 of them were pushed back. Their feet cut open the ground, forming 4 trenches that were dozens of meters long. After regaining his balance, Qinzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He saw that the 2 Mingguang guards who were pushed back were unscathed. The Heavenly Sun sword only left a small mark on their chests. Because of the piercing of the sword, the mark had sunk inwards, but it was slowly recovering at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. With such an amazing defense, the chances of survival would be greatly increased with the protection of such an armor. However, the 2 Mingguang guards weren't calm at all. For a moment, they thought that they were going to be pierced. Although the Mingguang armor blocked it, the sword force contained a terrifying penetrating power. When it reached their chests, they felt a faint stabbing pain. With 2 booms, the Mingguang guards disappeared, leaving only 2 craters where they had been. Very quickly, the Mingguang guard approached Qinzong from the left and right with their Mingguang blades. They struck with both blades, each containing the minor true meaning of blade. One blade was aimed at the neck and the other at the legs. The combination of the 2 blades was impossible to guard against, and it also contained many follow-up changes. Qinzong's other sword was unsheathed. With both swords in hand, he blocked the attacks of the 2 blades. The 2 Mingguang guards immediately changed their blade moves. However, no matter how they changed, Qinzong was able to catch them. He struck with both swords and blocked the 2 blades. The sword force counterattacked, containing a powerful force. After the 2 blades were knocked away, he once again attacked the 2 Mingguang guards. With speed against speed, the 3 figures were mixed together. They were covered by blade light and sword shadows, making it difficult for others to see clearly. They could only see the blurry figures through the blade light and sword shadows. How is this possible? The core disciple who summoned the Mingguang guards was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, "How can a probationary disciple have the strength to fight against 2 Mingguang guards?" It must be known that even among the core disciples, most were not a match for the Mingguang guards. Only a few could fight against or even defeat the Mingguang guards. Right now, There were two Mingguang guards working together. The cultivation method and martial arts that the Mingguang guards practiced were specially made for fighting and killing. It was an extreme cultivation method and martial arts. Every blade was deadly and terrifying. Yet, it was blocked. This won't do. I have to call more Mingguang guards. It's best if the captain of the Mingguang guards comes. The core disciple took out his communication jade tablet again. The strength of the captain of the Mingguang guards was even more tyrannical. The cross-shaped sword light suddenly shone, as if it could split heaven and earth into four. After repelling the two Mingguang guards, he struck with both swords. In an instant, there were hundreds of swords. Countless sword lights bombarded the two Mingguang guards. The terrifying power superimposed into one, coupled with the powerful void sword force and the sword intent, the two Mingguang guards were repelled dozens of meters away. The Mingguang armor on their chests was pierced, and the chests of the two Mingguang guards were also pierced. A wisp of void sword force invaded their bodies and wreaked havoc, causing the two Mingguang guards to feel strangled pain. However, their faces only turned pale, but they did not frown or have any other strange expressions. Their power erupted again, and they struck out two more blade lights with endless murderous intent. The two swords trembled, and the blade lights shattered. Qinzong struck out again, repelling the two Mingguang guards and worsening the wound on their chests. An even stronger void sword force penetrated the wound and wreaked havoc. It destroyed the power of the two Mingguang guards in an extremely tyrannical manner, making them unable to attack again. If they did not leave now, when would they? Without any hesitation, Qinzong passed by the two Mingguang guards, sent them flying, and rushed forward. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The two Mingguang guards naturally chased after him, but their power was scattered and they had to gather again. It would take some time for Qinzong to run away. Using his body movement, Qinzong once again arrived at the heptagon. He glanced around and followed the stairs out. If he wanted to leave the boundary of the Tai Yuan heavenly sect, it would be best to leave the Tai Yuan continent as soon as possible. No one could have predicted that such a situation would occur. The person who intended to kill him on the sea had become a core disciple of the Mingguang mountain. He had also distorted the facts to slander him, and in the end, humiliated him. Chapter 655. It's so cold and cheerless that even a mouse would cry. How about a few wild tycoons and a wave of rewards to comfort the broken soul of the dominator of six paths? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Two figures rushed out like flowing lights, leaving two bright streaks in the air. They were the Mingguang guards who had gathered their strength after dispersing the void sword force. The duty of the Mingguang guards was to protect Mingguang Mountain and eliminate all threats. In their eyes, Qinzong was a threat. A mere preparatory disciple had attacked a core disciple and injured one. Now, he had even injured them. Such a person must be killed no matter what. The injuries on their chests seemed to have no effect on the two Mingguang guards. They chased after Qinzong at an extremely fast speed. At the place where the preparatory disciples were gathered, three flowing lights broke through the air and revealed their figures. It was another three Mingguang guards. One of them was wearing light gold armor instead of silver gray, which seemed more dazzling. Captain of the Mingguang guards. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? The captain of the Mingguang guards glanced around and saw the bloodstains in the distance. His pupils constricted, and he stared at the core disciple who had sent the message. His voice was cold and indifferent, like the cold wind from hell, making people shudder. The core disciple's body tensed up, and a chill suddenly swept through his body. He did not dare to look at the captain of Mingguang guards. He quickly explained what had happened. After all, he had only sent a message saying that there was a murderer. Chase, the captain of the Mingguang guards ordered after hearing the story. No matter who was right or wrong, anyone who dared to commit a crime in Mingguang Mountain would be included in the list of murderers and killed. When Qinzong came, he did not use his full speed, so it took him 2 hours. But now, with his full speed, the time was shortened by half. It only took him half an hour to reach the foot of the mountain. He did not stop at all and continued to leave at full speed. Although the Mingguang guards were powerful and fast, there was still a gap between them and Qinzhou. After chasing for a while, they lost track of Qinzhou. They could only continue to follow the aura left by him. After a day and a night, Qinzhou stopped to rest after crossing a river. He could not feel the pursuers at all, so he must have gotten rid of them. It was also a burden for Qinzhou to perform his body movement repeatedly. Half an hour later, Qinzhou was planning to continue his journey and leave the Taiyuan continent for other continents as soon as possible. However, his expression changed slightly. 5 silhouettes appeared from the front, back, left, and right, silently surrounding him. They were the Mingguang guards of Mingguang Mountain. He had never expected that these Mingguang guards would be able to catch up to him, even though they were slower than him. Moreover, they had formed an encirclement without him noticing. The Mingguang guard in light golden armor stared coldly at Qinzhou, and his words were as sharp as a blade. "Surrender, and you won't have to suffer a painful death." This person gave Qinzhou even more pressure than the other 4 Mingguang guards. "I didn't kill the 2 of you because I didn't want to become enemies." Qinzhou ignored the Mingguang guard captain. His gaze swept over the 2 Mingguang guards he had injured, and he said unhurriedly, "But since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish." Finished speaking, he unsheathed his swords. Indeed, Qinzhou had the ability to kill the 2 of them before, but he didn't want to because he didn't want to become enemies with Mingguang Mountain. Otherwise, those core disciples and so on would have already become ghosts under his sword. However, Qinzhou had also underestimated the overbearing behavior of Mingguang Mountain and the Mingguang guards. There was nothing he could do about it. Chaodian Island was different from Blue Wave's continent. Qinzhou had just arrived here and didn't have enough experience. In addition, he had just become a preparatory disciple of Mingguang Mountain of Taiyuan Heavenly Sect a few days ago, so he didn't know much about it. Formation. The captain of the Mingguang guards shouted in a low voice and took a step back. The 4 Mingguang guards simultaneously stepped forward and unsheathed their Mingguang blades, drawing a cold light in the air like a crescent moon across the sky. The 4 blades cut through the air and slashed toward Qinzhou. The cold blade light was incomparably fierce and overbearing, as if it could split the heaven and earth. It was difficult for Qinzhou to dodge. He unsheathed his sword and blocked all the slashes of the 4 blades. Just as he was about to counterattack, an elusive blade stabbed toward him from his blind spot. The sharp tip of the blade gently rose from the bottom to the top, as if it wanted to cut open his ribs. Qinzhou had no choice but to block this blade with his sword. However, another blade came from his blind spot behind him. One blade followed by another. For long blades unceasingly attacked him from all his blind spots. The power contained in the blades was extremely sharp. The 4 Mingguang guards alternated their steps, and their figures crisscrossed. They circled around Qinzhou and were unpredictable. The 4 long blades brought about a burst of dazzling light that filled the surroundings. It was so bright that it was difficult to look at it directly. This was the Mingguang guards' Mingguang killing array. The Mingguang killing array laid out by 4 Mingguang guards who had peak 9-star battle strength was extremely lethal. Even a peak 9-star battle strength would be killed within 3 moves. You do have some skills. The Mingguang guard captain's face was cold, but he secretly said to himself. His cold eyes revealed an astonishing chill as he locked onto Qinzhou, as if he could grasp his every move. The Mingguang guard captain was even more surprised when he saw that Qinzhou kept resisting the attacks of the 4 Mingguang guards with his 2 swords and held on under the Mingguang killing array. One must know that the Mingguang guard selection process was very strict. Only those who were qualified to become a Mingguang guard would be qualified to become one. At the same time, every Mingguang guard's battle strength was extremely shocking. They might not be considered geniuses, but in terms of battle strength, they were better than most geniuses of the same level. The 4 Mingguang guards formed the Mingguang killing array, but they still couldn't kill this person. This was enough to show how powerful this person was. If he became a disciple of Mingguang Mountain, it wouldn't take long for him to become a core disciple. Moreover, he would be a top core disciple. However, this had nothing to do with him. The Mingguang guard's duty was to eliminate some criminals who targeted Mingguang Mountain. Qinzhou was trapped in the array. There were only 4 swords, but they gave him an endless feeling. It was as if there were hundreds and thousands of long swords slashing at him from all angles, and each of them carried an astonishing power. The moment the swords and sabers collided, a terrifying force burst out from the opponent's long sword. The force seemed to be able to kill everything. It was more tyrannical than the pseudo-spiritual power of most grandmasters, but there was still a gap between it and the void sword force. However, the opponent's swordsmanship seemed to contain many follow-up changes, but it also seemed to have no changes. It simply pursued speed and power, and looked for the best angle to slash and kill. This was a swordsmanship that pursued slaughter. It was a tyrannical swordsmanship that countered all changes by remaining unchanged. It was more exquisite and powerful than the various martial arts Chunzong had seen in the past. Without any warning, the Mingguang Guard captain's eyes flashed. He unsheathed the long sword at his waist and slashed at an even faster speed. It looked like a straight stab, but also gently flicked and cut. The force at the tip of the sword was compressed and condensed like a bird's beak. It broke through layers of obstacles and became faster and faster. Suddenly, it slashed at Chunzong's neck. The astonishing sword light was compressed into one. It was so dazzling that it made the surroundings seem as if they had sunk into darkness. The timing of this attack was perfect. It was the moment when Chunzong revealed a flaw under the repeated attacks of the Mingguang killing array. This attack also gathered 100% of the Mingguang Guard captain's strength. For the Mingguang Guard, there was no such thing as fairness. Everything was based on killing the enemy. Any method could be used. This saber seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, and it had killed many powerful enemies before. However, Chunzong's eyes flashed as if he had been waiting for this attack for a long time. The two swords vibrated and swept in all directions. They burst out with amazing power and directly repelled the four Mingguang guards who were in formation. Then, they turned into a cross-shaped sword light that pierced through the air and attacked the Mingguang guard captain's attack. Then, hundreds of sword lights pierced through the air like a rainstorm. Point Star, Aurora sword style. The two swords attacked together. Not only did they defeat the Mingguang guard captain's long-planned attack, but they also deflected the long sword, revealing a flaw. The long sword pierced through the Mingguang guard captain's forehead and came out from the back of his head. The Mingguang guard captain's eyes widened. He never thought that he would be killed like this. It was not until the moment of his death that he realized that his opponent's strength was beyond his expectations. He had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for him to make a move. The death of the Mingguang guard captain did not seem to have any effect on the other four Mingguang guards. They were still in formation and took the opportunity to kill Chunzong. They were not afraid of death, as if they wanted to exchange a life for a life. This kind of ferocity was shocking. But when Chunzong broke out with all his strength, the gap between them became even more obvious. The two swords completely blocked the long swords of the four Mingguang guards. Then, they counterattacked and pierced the glabella of two Mingguang guards. Then, they turned around and pierced the glabella of the other two Mingguang guards. So far, all five Mingguang guards had been killed. Chunzong was slightly relieved. It seemed easy, but only he knew how difficult it was. These five Mingguang guards had forced him to use all his strength. When his cultivation was at the peak of the 8-star level, his fighting strength could reach the peak of the 9-star level. Now, his cultivation was at the middle stage of the 9-star level, and his fighting strength had surpassed the peak of the 9-star level by a lot. Sure enough, the level of martial arts on the Blue Waves continent was much higher than on Chaotian Island. After killing the strong enemies, the next thing was to collect the spoils of war. Chunzong first took away the things in the mustard seed bag, then the Mingguang guards' Mingguang blades and Mingguang armor. Chunzong had personally experienced the Mingguang armor's amazing defensive power. He didn't need it, so he sold it. Perhaps he could get a good price. The Mingguang blades and Mingguang armor of the Mingguang guards are only useful if they are matched with the corresponding cultivation method. Otherwise, they are only a little better than ordinary armor and swords. An indifferent voice came along with the wind, which startled Chunzong. He stood up and put his hands on the hilts of his swords. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a sword as he glanced over. "It's you." Seeing the newcomer, Chunzong was slightly surprised, but he became more vigilant. The newcomer was Yu Xiao, the core disciple of the Tai Yuan heavenly sect who had killed the group of blood eagles on the gale. This person's strength was very strong. Chunzong couldn't see through to what extent his strength had reached. Chapter 656. Saber light and sword shadows were densely packed, like a torrent of heavenly waterfalls or falling stars. Hundreds of square meters were ravaged. Rocks, grass, and trees were crushed and turned into dust that scattered in the air. Saber and sword marks crisscrossed all around, which was a ghastly sight. Another collision occurred, and an extremely terrifying shockwave once again wreaked havoc. The ground that was as broken as a wasteland was scraped up, leaving behind a scratch that was several inches deep. Under the recoil, the two figures were forced to retreat. Chunzong held one of his swords in front of him, while the other was slightly behind him. His eyes were sharp and cold as they tore through the sky. He stared at Yu Zhengxiao's face with a serious expression. Very strong. Yu Zhengxiao's strength was very strong. What he had shown on the gale was far from his true strength. It could be said that Yu Zhengxiao's strength was enough to defeat the most powerful of the 5 Mingguang guards. Yu Zhengxiao held a long saber in his right hand and crouched slightly. Tyrannical power ran through every part of his body, ready to burst out a powerful attack in an instant. His eyes were as sharp as a blade, as if they could split everything. Chunzong was surprised by Yu Zhengxiao's strength. How could Yu Zhengxiao not be surprised by Chunzong's strength? However, he had seen Chunzong break the Mingguang killing formation and kill a Mingguang guard captain with his own eyes. He was already mentally prepared and was not too shocked. As he thought about it, the sharpness in Yu Zhengxiao's eyes was restrained. His tyrannical saber chi was also withdrawn into his body. Soon after, his long saber was sheathed. The sound was melodious and pleasing to the ear. Chunzong was very puzzled. Yu Zhengxiao was a core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. He had killed a Mingguang guard of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect's Mingguang mountain. It was reasonable that Yu Zhengxiao wanted to kill him. There are 7 mountains in the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. I'm a core disciple of Sangyu Mountain. Yu Zhengxiao said, Sangyu Mountain and Mingguang Mountain have always been at odds. I just attacked you because I was excited to see you. Yu Zhengxiao's explanation made Chunzong somewhat relieved. He sheathed his 2 swords. It was normal for there to be all kinds of fights within a large force. How did you offend someone from MT Mingguang and get hunted down by the Mingguang guards? Yu Zhengxiao asked. Chunzong thought for a while and then told him the whole story in simple words. It was not a secret. I see. Hearing this, Yu Zhengxiao's eyes suddenly shone with a sharp light. It was as if he was looking at Chunzong, as if he wanted to see through him. Brother Chun, do you know that every core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect has a special privilege? Every 3 years, they have a chance to be directly recommended to an official disciple. I haven't used this chance yet. Now, I want to use this opportunity on Brother Chunzong. What do you think, Brother Chun? Yu Zhengxiao didn't ask Chunzong to pay any price. Chunzong was stunned when he heard this. He looked into Yu Zhengxiao's eyes and saw nothing but magnanimity. Thank you, Brother Yu. Chunzong thought about it. It was a rare opportunity, so he said it. Good. Now, Brother Chun, follow me back to MT Sangyu. Yu Zhengxiao was very happy, and his face was full of smiles. Among the 7 mountains of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, everyone knew that MT Sangyu and MT Mingguang didn't get along well. A probationary disciple expelled by MT Mingguang had the strength to kill the Mingguang guards. He was indeed a first-class genius. There were very few such geniuses in any of the mountains. Chunzong's original purpose was to become a disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. As for whether it was MT Mingguang or MT Sangyu, he went to MT Mingguang because of Yanqian Tower. Now that he had the opportunity to enter MT Sangyu and take the official disciple assessment, Chunzong certainly wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Although it was only the second time he had met Yu Zhengxiao, Zhong had a feeling that Yu Zhengxiao wasn't lying. Let go Chun Shitty. Yu Zhengxiao smiled. In his opinion, with Zhong's talent, he would definitely pass the assessment. Therefore, he called him junior brother. What about these corpses? Zhong glanced at the corpses of the 5 Mingguang guards. Don't worry about them. The people of MT Mingguang will take care of them. Yu Zhengxiao said, the Mingguang blade and Mingguang armor are forged using a special method. Under normal circumstances, they are a set of good equipment. Only when they are combined with the unique martial arts of the Mingguang guards can they display their greatest power. In other words, only with the unique martial arts of the Mingguang guards can the equipment become the real Mingguang blade and Mingguang armor. Every set of Mingguang blade and Mingguang armor is not easy to forge. They are often passed down from generation to generation. They are imprinted with the unique tracking secret technique of MT Mingguang. Without the real method to break it, it is impossible to find the imprint and break it. Therefore, as long as someone takes away the Mingguang blade and Mingguang armor, they will be hunted down by MT Mingguang. Our MT Tsanyu also has Tsanyu guards. They are similar in nature to the Mingguang guards. The other 5 mountains are the same. Therefore, even if MT Tsanyu and MT Mingguang don't get along well, we won't target each other in this kind of matter. Yu Zhengxiao's explanation made Zong come to a realization. With Yu Zhengxiao leading the way, Zong avoided a group of Mingguang guards that were rushing over. Soon, he returned to MT Taiyuan. He advanced at full speed along the stairs, arrived at the heptagon, and headed in the direction of MT Tsangyu. Yu Zhengxiao also explained that the Mingguang guards had appeared because of the 5 Mingguang guards killed by Zong. The lives of the Mingguang guards were closely related to the Mingguang armor. The imprint on the Mingguang guards could be used to detect them. If they died, the corresponding imprint on MT Mingguang would react after a period of time. Although MT Tsangyu and MT Mingguang were not on good terms, this kind of discord was not a life-and-death feud. At most, it could be considered a fierce battle. If they encountered the Mingguang guards, based on the training methods of the Mingguang guards, it would be a situation where they would fight to the death. Unless it was a last resort, Yu Zhengxiao was unwilling to kill the Mingguang guards. This was an unwritten rule that was spread among the various mountains of Tai Yuan Heaven Sect. Senior Yu. Yu Zhengxiao led Zong into the territory of MT Tsangyu. Along the way, the disciples that they met all stopped and bowed to Yu Zhengxiao. This showed Yu Zhengxiao's prestige. In the face of the MT Tsangyu disciples' greetings, Yu Zhengxiao did not stop, but nodded in response. The height of MT Tsangyu was not inferior to MT Mingguang, but the scenery was different. Under Yu Zhengxiao's guidance, Zong walked up a long and narrow flight of stairs. That is the residential area of the official disciples, Yu Zhengxiao introduced. The residential area of the official disciples of MT Tsangyu was located 1,000 meters above MT Tsangyu. The purity and richness of the heaven and earth spirit chi was more than 50% higher than at the foot of the mountain. The higher one went, the richer and purer the heaven and earth spirit chi was. At a height of 3,000 meters, it was the residential area of the elite disciples. At a height of 5,000 meters, it was the residential area of the core disciples. Yu Zhengxiao was a core disciple. His cave dwelling was at a height of 5,000 meters. Further up, 7,000 meters is the cave dwelling of the esoteric disciples. 8,000 meters is the cave dwelling of the elders of MT Tsangyu. Yu Zhengxiao's gaze continued upwards as he continued. As for the mountain master of MT Tsangyu, his cave dwelling is even higher than that of the elders. In MT Tsangyu, there were official disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, esoteric disciples, elders and mountain masters, as well as attendants and Tsangyu guards. The residences of the attendants and Tsangyu guards were at the same height as the core disciples. Yu Zhengxiao asked Zong to wait in his cave dwelling for a while. It was not long before Yu Zhengxiao returned. I originally wanted to recommend you to Master Tsang Xian's tutelage, but Master has yet to return and needs to wait. Therefore, I will recommend you for the official disciple assessment first, said Yu Zhengxiao as he led Qinzong downstairs. They once again arrived at the residential area of the official disciples and headed towards the administration department. Greetings, senior brother Yu. The person on duty at the administration department was an elite disciple. He hurriedly stood up and bowed when he saw Yu Zhengxiao. No need to be so polite, said Yu Zhengxiao. I want to use my privileges as a core disciple to recommend this person beside me for the official disciple assessment. Register and prepare. Okay. The elite disciple could not help but take a few more glances at Qinzong, but was unable to see anything special about him. However, since it was senior brother Yu who had recommended him, there was definitely something special about him. The elite disciple immediately registered and passed on the message. The official disciple assessment could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. However, one needed to at least make some preparations. Generally speaking, probationary disciples were allowed to participate in the official disciple assessment once every 3 months. There were still 2 months until the next assessment. Since Yu Zhengxiao wanted to use this privilege, he naturally needed to prepare in advance. Yu Zhengxiao is using his privileges to recommend a disciple. After receiving the news, the elder in charge of the official disciple assessment did not dare to delay and immediately rushed over. Along the way, he met up with the other 2 elders in charge of the official disciple assessment. Although the 3 of them were elders with lofty statuses, they were ultimately the lowest amongst the elders and were only in charge of the official disciple assessment. Yu Zhengxiao was a core disciple, and the number 1 core disciple at that. This status alone was quite intimidating. What's more, his master, Elder Tsang Xian, was an elder with real authority, second only to the Blue Feather Mountain Master. This caused Yu Zhengxiao's status to soar, and ordinary elders would have to give him face. In addition, they were also very curious as to what kind of person Yu Zhengxiao would recommend to participate in the official disciple assessment. After all, Yu Zhengxiao had never used this privilege since he became a core disciple. In less than half an hour, the 3 elders in charge of the official disciple assessment arrived one after another. Yu Zhengxiao greets the 3 elders. Yu Zhengxiao politely bowed. Disciple wishes to use his privileges as a core disciple to recommend this person beside me for the official disciple assessment. May the 3 elders preside over this matter. No need for formalities. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.